All right, we're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the continuation of the hearing from the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I just want to introduce to you the members who are here today. The members who are joining us today, and the reason I'm going, although I did this morning, but I know that we have a different audience this afternoon at 3:30. So the members who are here with us today are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Hansen, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 5 members in attendance today for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. Now, this is the last hearing that we have for the day. So once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Now, this is a protest hearing. I've not seen the documents, and so there are probably a significant amount of individuals who will be testifying today. Once I've asked Ms. Andrews to elevate your rights, I am going to ask that everyone's microphone be muted. If you are not speaking, I'm requesting, since your rights will be elevated, I'm requesting that your microphone be muted. So if you're not speaking, your microphone should be muted. All right. This case is the next case in our calendar, the protest hearing, case number 19 PRO 00144, Safari Restaurant and Lounge, license number 90424. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the owner, Mr. Fez Teme? There is a protestant, Commissioner Mary Berry, Commissioner Jonah Goodham, Commissioner Paul Johnson. I think the witnesses are Kim Verzi, Matthew Divendorf, I guess counsel for the protestants. There's Matt Sidoria, and investigator Jovan Miller. Please elevate the rights of those parties, please.
Sure, stand by.
And I think there's a Kristen Kraft.
Mr. Tomei, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Kim Varzi, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Paul Johnson, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Devendorf, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Sidoria, your rights have been elevated. Excuse me if I didn't pronounce correctly. Ms. Kraft, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Karimi, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Condon, your rights have been elevated. Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and check the chat because I see a lot of people sending messages to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Okay. Oh, Mr. Montesinos, your rights have been elevated. Let me check one more thing. Okay. I do see a few more people. Miss Gabriella, I'm going to go ahead and elevate your rights. Okay, that's all, Mr. Chair.
That's everyone?
Yes.
All right. For everyone, if you're able to open your camera, please open your camera, but I'm asking that your mic be muted, please, because if your mics are open, we're gonna have some significant feedback. So I'm requesting that your mic should only be open when you are speaking. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is the first protest hearing that we're having since COVID. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna have the parties introduce themselves, and let's start with the licensee. I'm asking that the licensee say and spell his name for the record, please.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is
I'm not sure if it's my connection or your connection, Mr. Timmy. It appears, I'm not sure, I was unable to hear you clearly.
Right. Repeating, Mr. Anderson. My name is Fraz Timmy. I am the owner of Safari DC Restaurant and Lounge, 4306 Georgia Avenue, Northwest Washington, D.C.
All right, that was better. All right, thanks. Then let's start with the ANC representative.
You hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead, sir. State your name for the record and who you represent.
Okay. Paul Johnson, I'm the chairman of C4C, and we're protesting the renewal license.
All right. who is with you on your side, Mr. Johnson? So you can call their name, and once you call their name, I'll ask that those folks identify themselves for the record.
See, but we have a witness, Kim Varzi, who is the former ANC of the single member district of which Safari is located.
I'm sorry. Who's the witness you said, sir? Kim. So can Miss
Kim
Varzi?
Varzi,
Can
yes,
she
she's the former.
Can she identify herself and spell her name for the record, please?
I believe she's on. I believe she has privilege.
I see her, so that's why I'm asking her to introduce herself for the record and spell her name.
Great.
I cannot hear you, ma'am. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, apparently there's a problem with my AirPods. Apologies. My name is Kimia Varzi, Kimyia. Varzi, V as in Victor, Arzi. And I'm the former commissioner for C07.
All right. So let's start with the representative of the group.
That would be me, Matt Devendorf. Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson.
Good afternoon. Please spell your name for the record, sir.
It's Matthew, Matthew Devendorf, Devendorf.
Can you tell us the people who you're representing, and why don't you call their names and then they can identify themselves for the record, please?
Sure. I'm representing the abutting property owners protesting the renewal application. On the call today, we have Kirsten Kraft, Matt Ciordia, Mina Karimi, and Gabriella Cubini.
So can we have the folks identify themselves on the record in the order that Mr. Devendorf had identified them?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kirsten Kraft. Kirsten is Kirsten, Kraft, Craft.
All right, who else do we have?
This is Matthew Ciordia. First name Matthew, Mathew. Last name Ciordia, Siordia.
Okay, who else do we have?
Next was Mina Karimi.
Hello?
Can you repeat, ma'am? I did not hear you.
Hi, I'm Mina Karimi. I live at 4308 Georgia Avenue. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Mina Karimi. 308 Georgia Avenue, Unit 202.
All right, who else do we have?
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriella Cubini. It's Gabriella. Last name Cubini. Kub as in boy. Inyi.
And who are you, ma'am?
I am one of the abutting property owners.
Okay. Anyone else? Has everyone identified themselves? If everyone is online, everyone has identified themselves? All right. So thank you for being here today. And as I stated before, I'm asking that unless you are speaking, please ensure that your microphone is always on mute. Because Mr. Montesinos, could you please put your microphone on mute, please? Thank you. All right. All right. This matter comes before the board as a protest on the application to renew Fab Lounge, Inc., trade name Safari Restaurant and Lounge, retailer Class C Tavern license number 090426, located at 4306 Georgia Avenue Northwest. By way of background, the board's record reflects the following. The renewal application was placarded on October 11th, 2019. ANC4C, represented by Commissioner Paul Johnson, filed a protest. A second protest was filed by a group of residents who reside at 4308 Georgia Avenue Northwest and who are recognized as abutting property owners. ANC4C was granted full standing, and the abutting property owners were granted conditional standing at the roll call hearing held on February 6, 2020. At the status hearing was held on March 11, 2020, the board granted the residents full standing as a group of abutting property owners. The protest hearing was originally scheduled for August 8, 2020, but was canceled due to the public health emergency and the COVID-19 pandemic. Before this hearing gets underway, there is one matter that the board wants to address. At every status hearing, I'm very clear about the requirements set forth for the parties who are proceeding to a full protest hearing. Specifically, the rules require that parties submit pre-hearing documents in the manner of a protest information form, PIP, and an exhibit form. It appears that the applicant has failed to comply with my instructions. For the record, on March 11th, 2020, I informed the parties on the record at the status hearing that failure to file the protest information form could subject the application or the protest to dismissal. On December 28th, 2020, Assistant General Counsel Randall reminded the parties via email that they were to file their protest information form 7 days prior to the hearing. The protestants complied with the requirement and served their hearing documents with the agency and on the applicant. The applicant did not comply with the filing requirement and, to date, has not filed its protest information form as required by regulation. Pursuant to 23 DCMR Section 1722.1, all parties to a protest hearing shall file a protest information form. There is no discretion in the regulations regarding the PIP form. Mr. Teme, can you please explain why you did not file your PIP?
Good afternoon. I respond everything via email. The form was sent to me, was not capable of filling out, but I respond via email.
What do you mean you responded via email? Who did you send? Did you send a form and who your witnesses are and the documents you're gonna rely on?
Yes.
Where do you send that to?
I sent the email to Ms. Randall.
Did you send that to the protestant?
I'm not sure, but I know the email was all sent to everybody.
Mr. Chairman, the protestants did not receive any PIF or any other pre-hearing documents from the applicant.
Mr. Devendorf, when you speak, please just identify yourself for the record, please, okay?
Sorry about that. I'll do that in the future.
Okay, thank you. So it's my understanding, Mr. Timmy, that the agency did not receive your PIP, and now I'm being told by Mr. Devendorf that he did not receive it. And so Mr. Johnson, did you receive a copy of it?
Mr. Chairman, we did not receive a copy.
All right. So, Mr. Timmy, I was told you did submit an email. However, you specifically was told that you need to submit the form. So I don't even know what's on the. I mean, I know that I specifically. All right. Anyway, so this is what I'm going to do. Notwithstanding the applicant's failure to file the pre-hearing documents, we're going to proceed to a protest hearing today. However, if any attempt is made by the applicant to call witnesses or submit exhibits not properly and fully disclosed to the protestants prior to the hearing, it will give me pause as to whether I would allow it. It is within the board's discretion to exclude any witnesses or exhibits not disclosed prior to a hearing if we find it's prejudiced by the protestant. So I will see when you present your case, Mr. Timmy, how you plan to present your case. I know that you can testify but we'll see whether or not you're going to have documents and witnesses to rely on, and then we will address that issue when we get there. Now, this is a new format for us, and because of COVID, we're doing this protest hearing remotely. So because we're doing this protest hearing remotely, there are a few changes that the board has established to ensure that this operates smoothly. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested. I believe that is fair and reasonable, that each side should have an hour to present its case. I'm gonna try to hold on to that timeline and to ensure that we're not going to be online all night tonight in the sense of the presentation of this case. This is how this is going to operate today. So of course I'm going to do some the way we're going to do the case is that the board is going to call its witness. I'm going to ask the all right, this is how it's going to operate. So the applicant will make an opening statement. After the applicant makes an opening statement, then the protestant will make an opening statement. And I know there are 2 sets of protestants, which are the ANC and the group, the abutting property owner. After the applicant and the protestant has made its opening statement, then the board will call its witness, and the board's witness is our investigator. Once the board's witness has testified, the board, since it's the board's witness, the board will ask questions of its witness. So we're going to ask questions of our witness based on the testimony that's given by that witness. Once the board's witness has, once the board has asked questions of the witness, then I will give an opportunity for the licensee to ask questions of that witness. After the licensee asks questions of the board's witness, I will give the ANC an opportunity to ask questions of that board witness. After the ANC has asked questions of that board's witness, then I'll have the representative of the abutting property owner then he will have an opportunity to ask questions of the board's witness. So I'm not going to give you an opportunity to go back and ask follow-up questions. Once that's done, then the board will conclude its case. After the board concludes its case, then I will have the applicant present its case. Once the applicant has presented its case, then I'll have the protesting. So now, let me ask the ANC, how many witnesses does the ANC have? Mr. Johnson, how many witnesses do you have, if any? Who's going to testify on your side?
We have one witness, Mr. Chairman, the former
who's that
ANC
witness?
commissioner.
So are you
Kim
going to
Varzi.
so are you going to testify, sir? Or are you just going to ask her questions?
I'm going to make the opening statement.
Okay.
And subsequent to that, I will hand it over to our witness, Kim Varzi.
So who's going to ask questions who's going to do examination in the sense of ask questions of the board's witnesses? The board's witness, or who would cross-examine Mr. Timmy after he has testified or presented his case?
This is Matt Devendorf, Mr. Chairman. I'll be doing the cross-examinations today.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out how is it that because they're two different. Since they're two specific. We have the abutting owners and we have the ANC. So I'm just trying to figure out how the presentation. Maybe you can tell me how the presentation is gonna go.
So I can speak.
Sorry,
so I can speak from the ANC's perspective as a steward of the broader community.
Okay.
This is Matt Devendorf.
Our stance as an hello. I think I was still speaking. As an advisory neighborhood commission, we want to give context for the broader community and community's behavior and our position as a commission with respect to the licensing.
And so then you, Mr. Devendorf, you're gonna be calling witnesses and cross-examining them. Is that your role, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think the abutting property owners, I think, are kind of taking the lead here. We have our witnesses, and I'll be doing the cross-examination of the board's witness as well as the applicant.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, and as far as opening statements go, I don't know how you want to organize those. But whoever you want to go first.
As I stated, as opening statements, that I'll have. If the ANC wants to make an opening statement, they can make the opening statement, and then you can make an opening statement on behalf of the abutting property owner. So that's what I will do. All right.
I have a couple other questions before we move on. There's another point. Sorry, go ahead.
That was what I was about to ask. Are there any preliminary matters? So what are the preliminary matters that you want to raise?
Perfect. So just following up on the time, first of all, will the abutting property owners and the ANC be sharing 1 hour, or will we have 1 hour for both of our cases?
Well, they're two different. They're two different protesting. So you'll have an hour each, but I'm hoping that we can consolidate that. But the abutting property owner will have an hour, and the ANC will have an hour. But based on what I'm told, it doesn't appear that the ANC is going to require an hour. So they'll have their hour, but you have an hour to do your presentation.
Right. Okay. And as far as drawing from that hour, will cross-examinations draw from that hour, or is that only direct examinations? And what about opening statements and closing arguments?
It's direct and cross-examination, starting with the presentation of your case. So remember, the board is going to present its case first, so that doesn't count. So your time starts once you start presenting your case. So once you present your case, I'll give each side up to 5 minutes to do an opening statement and up to 5 minutes to do a closing statement. Okay, so I'll give you 5 minutes to do an opening, 5 minutes to do a close, and that's not going to take away from your time. But once you present your case, that's the hour. So if you're cross-examining during that period of time, then you're taking away from your time. But once you start to present your case, that's when your hour starts.
Got it. I do have one other preliminary matter. We have a pending motion before the board regarding the abutting property owners
It was
exhibit.
granted. Well, I'm sorry. It was on our legal agenda today, and so the board agreed to grant your motion. Because you have we have the document, so your motion. Well, state on the record on what the motion was, sir.
Sure. It seems like we're on the same page. But so the abutting property owners filed their PIF and exhibit form timely. However, we noted there were a few documents that on the deadline for filing the PIF and exhibit form were not currently in our possession. They were in ABRA's possession, and we were waiting for a FOIA request to be processed. We submitted that FOIA request the day after we received notice of the hearing being scheduled. So we had some back and forth with not getting all the documents we requested, which is why we weren't able to submit our complete exhibit form until earlier this week. The two documents that we ended up adding to the exhibit form are both ABRA records. One is an investigation report regarding an incident that occurred at the establishment. The other is ABRA records regarding noise complaints filed against the establishment for the years 2017 and 2018. So again, those are both ABRA documents. Both are in direct connection to the establishment. And so we didn't believe there'd be any prejudice, and it seems the board agreed.
On our that your motion was placed on our legal calendar today, and the board did vote earlier this afternoon when we had our public hearing, and we voted on your motion, and the board voted 5-0 to grant your request. So the request was granted, and it's on the record when we voted early at probably about 1:45 this afternoon. So the motion was granted.
And one other item, I don't know if we want to take care of this now or after we open our case in chief, but as these documents are both ABRA documents in the same sense that the investigation report prepared in connection with this case is a part of the record, we wanted to move those into the two ABRA documents that we added. Wanted to move those into the record, but I don't know if you want to do that, if we want to do that now or just wait as a preliminary matter or do it when we open our case in chief.
We'll do it when you open your case in chief, because you have to move that the documents been moved into evidence. So
okay, we'll do it then.
So at that point you can do that. Okay.
Okay. I believe that is all. I think you already covered the issue with the applicant's PIF form. So I guess we'll see what evidence the applicant ends up trying to bring up, so we can address that at that time. I think with that last item, the abutting property owners are ready to proceed.
Okay, then fine. All right, so what I'm going to do then, Mr. Teammate, you have an opportunity to make an opening statement. And so do you wish to make an opening statement, sir? And I know you're not an attorney. An opening statement is basically telling us why is it that we're here and what is it that you're asking the board to do and what you plan to prove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for the board to see here this session. As far as the witnesses list, evidence support that I'm trying to use is not anything new. It is the investigators report, investigators condolence report. So I don't think that it will contradict with anyone's file because everybody have that on their file. By saying that, I'm going to start the opening statement by introducing myself. My name is Frez Timmy. I am Washingtonian. I live in Washington, D.C. for almost 33 years, and I manage the ABC licenses for the last 30 years, including Officers Club and U.S. Army bases. Concerning this hearing, in November 17, 2014, the Fab Lounge Inc., Safari DC received a letter from DCRA that the corporation, the Development Corporation, is in a process of building the 4308 and 4310 to develop it in a condo unit. So when we received this letter, we know this problem was coming with the future residents. So I have that exhibit on the investigator condones exhibit 4 for the record. And we contact the developers. We tell them the nature of this business. It is an entertainment business. It is a bar, a restaurant with music venue. So we don't need any future problems with the future residents. So the building have to be built in a certain matters. Then the exhibit 4 that I have on file on investigators' condones will explain the detail. But the matter of that communication was with the developer to make sure that they developed a soundproof building, to make sure that they developed a building which doesn't have no windows and doors to our end, so there wouldn't be no interference whatsoever with our daily operation. Then after a couple of respondents with the developers, we received several emails, which is on that exhibit 4, and the developer agreed to our terms that they are going to build a building which is soundproof. Then they hire a company, a sound company, still is that on that exhibit 4 record. They hire a company, a soundproof company, they test that, and they say they are going to build the building accordingly. But unfortunately, that building is not built soundproof. That's why we are here with this problem with the residents. So while these residents come over or come aboard to be our neighbors from the first day, the neighbors, they really don't want us to be here or to run a business. And for the record, Safari DC been here for more than 30 years in this location with 3 different managements. And myself with this management myself, this is the 3rd time that I am renewing my Abra license without no problems or whatsoever from the ANC or from the neighbors. We are a neighborly community clubs that we provide venues, places for meetings for the areas, for the neighbors, and mainly our venue is catered to the African diaspora, East African diaspora, Kenyan, Ugandan, Tanzanian, and Ethiopian. So the nature that we have of the business here is with music, culture, and food of the East African nature. So since the abandoned buildings come abroad from the first day until currently, is just they just don't want us to be here, basically. From June 19 for the record, Mr. Matthew Seroda calls more than 66 times to Abra investigators, interfering with our events and disrupting our businesses. At all these calls, no one anytime though we will find an any Abra violation. But the nature of my neighbors is that they don't want us here. So this is the problem we have, and we try to avoid this problem way before this building was coming, before it was building, because we know this was coming. Because I live in the city, and I understand the nature of the business. So due to that, we try to protect this from happening by working day and night with the developer. But unfortunately, it is the fault of the developer that the developer didn't build their building a soundproof building. The nature of our building, if I may say, it is a brick building. It is a brick building, minimize the noise to go out of this So I'll lay the rest of what measures we took and what we tried to do with the neighbors to minimize for the past years have. I will lay that to answer to the questions of the, thank you for your listening.
All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson, do you have an opening statement you want to make?
Yes, thank you.
And you have
Can you hear
5
me?
minutes, sir. Yeah,
Okay,
5
thank you.
minutes.
I don't think I'll need that much time, but I'm here in my capacity as chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4C, and we are in protest of the renewal of the license because we have concerns about the associated with the establishment. And nuisance levels associated with the establishment for the community, with concerns over loitering and litter, and in general an inability to reach a community-based settlement agreement despite numerous efforts at outreach individually and collectively with the licensee, with the neighbors, both abutting and from the surrounding vicinity. It's not in compliance with some of the other businesses that we have concerns that until they are rectified, we will protest renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Devendorf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case is about an establishment whose management is unwilling or unable to act as a responsible and respectful member of the community. During this hearing, we'll hear how over the years, Safari Lounge has been a consistent source of problems for the neighborhood, with unacceptably loud music being played late into the night. Loitering and littering are all part and parcel with this establishment's operations. Today, we'll hear about Safari Lounge's adverse impact on the neighborhood from 4 witnesses. First, Ms. Kirsten Kraft, then Matt Ciordia, followed by Mina Karimi, and finally Gabriella Cubini. All 4 witnesses live in the condo building abutting the establishment and are routinely plagued by the establishment's operations and lack of respect for the neighborhood. We'll hear how the music played inside the establishment can be easily heard within the witnesses' individual condo units as well as outside the establishment. This music continues late into the night and even causes the neighbors' walls to shake, preventing them from sleeping in their own homes. Some of our witnesses have simply given up on being able to live at home during the weekends and found other places to stay. In addition to the music emanating from the establishment, the neighborhood experiences noise and other issues as a result of patrons loitering outside the establishment. The witnesses will discuss how large gatherings develop on the sidewalk where individuals have open containers of alcohol, they're smoking marijuana and leaving trash all over. The evidence will show that the establishment's failure to control its patrons creates an environment in which violent altercations occur. Furthermore, the neighbors even feel unsafe walking past the establishment in order to get to their homes in the evenings. We'll also hear how patrons of the establishment drink and smoke in their cars parked nearby, and how parking issues in the neighborhood are exacerbated by the establishment's lack of consideration for its neighbors. The evidence will show that employees will use their own vehicles to block parking spaces, or they'll even put up no parking signs in order to keep spaces available for use by the establishment or its other employees later in the evening. And now, the most extreme result of the establishment's failure to properly operate is the shooting that occurred just outside the premises in February of 2019, which resulted in the death of one individual whose blood stained the sidewalk. On that night, it was business as usual for Safari Lounge. They had an event hosted by a third party, they had uncontrolled loitering outside, We'll hear that these third-party events are a regular occurrence with the establishment, and they continued even after the shooting. Our witnesses will discuss the neighborhood's efforts to bring the establishment's issues to the owner's attention, both before and after the shooting. However, the owner was entirely unreceptive of these comments and unwilling to compromise with his neighbors, even hostile at times in responding to their efforts. He refuses to consider the negative effect of his business's operations on the neighborhood and his neighbors. Even after the shooting and after entering into an offer in compromise, which resolved the charges against his business, the establishment continued to cause problems for the neighborhood without concern. By the end of this hearing, it will be clear that the establishment has a severe adverse impact on peace, order, quiet, parking, and safety in the neighborhood. As a result of the establishment's continued disregard for the neighborhood and failure to operate as a responsible business, the protestants request that this board deny the renewal request, or in the alternative, limit the establishment's hours as outlined in the protestant's addendum to its protest information form. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so the board will call its first witness, and that is Mr. Christopher Condon. Mr. Condon, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Christopher Condon, Christopher. Last name's Condon, Condon.
And where you're currently employed, sir?
I'm employed by ABRA, and I'm an investigator with ABRA.
And how long have you been employed by ABRA?
I've been employed with ABRA for just over a year.
Have you testified at a protest hearing before, sir?
I have not. This is my first time.
All right. What are your duties and responsibility as an ABRA employee?
I conduct inspections and investigations of ABC establishments within DC.
Now, are you familiar with the Safari Lounge, restaurant and lounge?
I am, yes.
And how are you familiar with this establishment?
I'm familiar with this establishment because I was assigned the protest investigation of them.
Now, did there come a time that you wrote a report regarding your findings of? I would like to place on the record that your report. Do you have the ability to share your screen? I'm going to have you go through your report. So I'm not sure if Ms. Andrews had given you the ability to share your screen. No?
I have a hard copy in front of me. I don't have it electronically to be able to share.
All right. Okay. All right. So you have a hard copy in front of you. So let's go through your report.
Sure.
Okay. Now, as in conducting your in conducting your investigation and writing a report, did you have an opportunity to speak to anyone?
I did. I spoke with Kim Varzi, Matthew Ciordia McMullen, as well as Frez Tiemi, and those three interviews were conducted in March of 2020.
All right. So let me. Why don't you summarize for us?
Do you want me to go through my report?
Yeah, I would like you to go through your report and summarize for us your conversations with the different people that you spoke to, and let me basically state who it is that you spoke to and what information were you able to gather.
Sure, absolutely. So on Thursday, March 19th, I spoke with Matthew Ciordia McMullen telephonically. He's the designated representative of the residences at 4308 Georgia Ave. And he advised his main concerns were noise, security, parking. He had issues with loitering in the front, cigarette butts being out in the front, cups being left out there, security due to the February 2019 shooting. He also had issues with over-occupancy on the Summer Garden in the rear. He had issues with the gate being open in the rear where they keep their trash in the dumpsters. But his main concern was definitely noise. He also had issues with parking in the front. Employees would reserve spots in the front for band members. He had issues with that, but definitely his chief complaint was noise being heard in multiple units within 4308 Georgia Ave. And it was, such a problem that individuals within the condos really can't sleep. So that was his main issues. On that same day, I spoke with Kim Varzi telephonically as well, and her issues were noise, security, and loitering as well. She advised noise was always heard within 4308 Georgia Ave. And she also advised some residences across the street had some issues as well with noise, but the main issue with noise was from 4308 Georgia Ave due to it being the abutting property. So she advised security due to the shooting. She brought that up as well. And she also advised loitering was issues within the front of the establishment. She advised Press Team has done some attempts to make it quieter with curtains, etc., within the establishment, carpets on the floor. She advised he has done that, but it's just not enough to mitigate the noise within 4308 Georgia Ave. And she also advised that there's been no attempts, or there has been attempts, but no successful attempts at creating a settlement agreement that basically makes both sides happy and whatnot. On that same day as well, I telephonically interviewed Frez Tiemi, and he advised that he was aware of the two protest groups protesting his renewal license. He believed that it was unreasonable what the protestants wanted him to do. He advised that his business lives on live entertainment, so he advised for there to be no noise within the condominium. Basically, the establishment would have to be shut down because because live entertainment is such an integral part of his business. He advised he feels he's done enough. He put basic curtains up on the windows to help prevent shaking. He's put carpets down on the low speakers to basically help rattling, etc. He also advised that ABRA conducted a walkthrough of the condominium and noise could be heard. He advised on different floors based on that walkthrough. He advised that the security plan violations that Matthew Ciordia and McMullen advised to me are unfounded. He advised he's always following the security plan that he has in place. And he advised those were unfounded statements. He also said that parking isn't an issue because there's residential parking permits required on Iowa Ave, which is in the rear of the establishment. So he advised that, he doesn't understand why individuals are saying there's parking problems around his establishment. But he feels he's overall done enough, and he advised it's expensive to be continuing to basically soundproof the place. And he advised that there's no way to fully soundproof it due to it basically using the same wall for the two buildings. On Sunday, March 22nd, 3 days later, I visited the establishment, met Frez Tiemi. The establishment was closed at the time due to the pandemic, so he actually opened the establishment up for me to visit. So there was no patrons, of course, it was just me and him. And I took many pictures of the inside and outside of the establishment. Those are all in the exhibits. And he also provided me two letters, a letter from Jairo Viquez, which is assistant project manager of the neighborhood development company who built the condominium. So it basically was a letter talking about wanting to do sound tests with the builders back in 2015. So Mr. Team definitely was foreseeing the issues, and that's why he wanted to provide me that letter. He also provided me a letter with Ronald Webney, who is his personal lawyer, and it was a letter from Ronald Webney to the builders, basically advising the same concerns that this is going to be an issue, building condos using his establishment's wall, basically. And he said, he was foreseeing that as a problem. So he provided me that. I took pictures with the main reason why I visited that establishment that day. I also conducted a regulatory inspection. No ABRA violations could be seen, or no ABRA issues at all with that. So, Mr. Chairman, that's my overview of the three interviews I conducted back in March.
Now, can you tell us about the characteristic of the neighborhood, please?
Yes, it's in a MU4 zone, which is a mixed-use zone. So basically, that allows that's an area that can be used for residential as well as commercial reasons. So it can be really used for many different buildings.
What nearby establishments, if any, do we have?
So there's a total of 12 licensed establishments within 1,200 feet of Safari. On the report, you can see them. I broke it down with the location as well as their license number, if they have any endorsements, and if they have any settlement agreements. There is only one tavern currently open within 1,200 feet. When Safari is also a tavern, so there's one tavern. It's called Petworth Cigars, and that's located at 4203 Georgia Ave Northwest. So those are the 12 within 1,200 feet. I must add though that there are no visible establishments within eyesight of Safari if you're standing outside in the front or rear.
Okay.
Parking, there's parking along Georgia Ave Northwest. There's no dedicated parking garages within the vicinity. It's metered parking on Georgia Ave, and it's zone parking in the rear on Iowa Ave. I believe it's zone 4C in the rear on Iowa Ave. There's a total of 5 bus stops located within 400 feet of the establishment, and on the report I have there, the 62, 63, and 70 line will service areas that can basically get to Safari. The schools and libraries within 400 feet of the establishment. There's a Petworth Library. It's located approximately 283 feet from Safari. If you're looking at Safari, it's kind of on the left, and kind of on the rear, it's kind of angled. And the McFarland Middle School is located directly behind Safari Restaurant and Lounge. And those are the two locations near it. And both those are a moratorium zone. So in the surrounding area outside of Safari Restaurant and Lounge, it's mainly residential properties. To the right, when you directly look at Safari, you have of course, the abutting property when you're looking directly at it. To the left, it was a Mary Center Health Start site, and it's a health center, and it's on basically Safari, basically on the corner of Georgia Ave, and it's basically Iowa Ave intersects Georgia Ave, goes up to Varnum Street, and then north of the establishment, it's Georgia intersecting with Webster Ave. There's also a First Hijra Muslim Community Center, and that's farther down on the same side of Safari and Georgia Ave. And then, of course, like I advised earlier, the Petworth Library is to the left of the establishment, and then McFarland Middle School is directly behind it. There's also condominiums behind the establishment. There's a back alley. There's condos behind the establishment as well. Exhibits number 7 through number 24, I have pictures of the surrounding area that you all can take a look at.
I'm going to go through the exhibits one by one, so we can continue in your report.
No worries. To the north on Georgia Ave, there near Webster Ave, near that intersection, there's a coffee house and a pharmacy. This coffee house is called Boona Coffee House, and then Shepherd Pharmacy. Both are non-ABC licensed establishment. To the south, further down Georgia Ave, there's a gas station and a Pizza Hut, of course, non-ABC establishments. The building exterior, it's in the 4300 block of Georgia Avenue. The building that houses the establishment is brick. There's also a good amount of glass windows that are covered up with curtains on the inside. It's a 2-level establishment, first and second are above ground. The basement is underground, which is a full kitchen. The first floor, when you walk into the establishment, it's basically a landing area where you can sit. The steps that go down to a kitchen, and then the steps that go slightly up to another little landing that's above. And that's still the first floor, but it has a bar top and it's slightly elevated off that initial entry area. And then there's steps that go up to the whole second floor that has another bar top, a DJ room, and off the first and second floor, you can go into the back through steps when you're on the inside, and that leads to the summer garden area. And the summer garden area is a back patio. It's enclosed with fencing, and there's seats and tables, and basically it's just a traditional summer garden in the rear that can be accessed from the inside. So a total of 2 bar tops within the establishment and a full kitchen.
Okay.
On the report there, you can see the current hours of operation and the live entertainment, hours of operation, hours of sale and consumption, hours of summer garden, and you can see the hours.
I need you to state on the record what the hours are.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. So the hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 2 in the morning, Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 3 in the morning, Friday and Saturday. The hours of sale, service, and consumption are the same hours as well. Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 in the morning, and then Friday, Saturday, 10 a.m. to 3 in the morning. Car hours at live entertainment are 6 p.m. to 2 in the morning, Sunday through Thursday, and 6 p.m. to 3 in the morning, Friday, Saturday for live entertainment. The Summer Garden operates 10 in the morning to 2 in the morning, Sunday through Thursday, and 10 a.m. to 3 in the morning, Friday and Saturday. The visits to the premises, the establishment was visited 7 times from March 2020, which is when I was assigned the investigation, through January 2021. So this month, the Enforcement Division's enforcement initiatives changed. I think it's important to notate this. The enforcement initiatives changed due to the public health emergency in March. So the focus became mayor's order, public health emergency violations. So protest reports took a back seat, if you will, and a lot of establishments really weren't open. And Safari, from what we know, was not really open that much since March. On the report, you can see the 7. It was visited on July 9th between 11 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. No average violations. That's July 9th, 2020. July 27th, 2020, 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. No average violations. September 25th, 2020, 9:15 to 9:45. No average violations. October 16th, 2020, 11 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. No violations. November 13th, 2020, 11 to 11:30 p.m. No violations. 11/22, 2020, 10 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. No violations. And then New Year's Eve, 12/31, 2020, 10 p.m. to 10:30. No violations. The effect establishment on real property values is ABRA personnel unfortunately not trained to assess real property value, so I can discuss anything in regards to that. The calls for service. I received the calls for service on March 19th, 2020 through the Office of Unified Communications. There were a total of 16 calls from March 2019 through March 2020. And there were a total of 1 call for disorderly, 1 call for accident, hit and run, 3 calls for a business alarm, 1 call for drug complaint, 2 calls for a disorderly group, 1 call for a fight and assault, 1 call for a C complaint, 2 calls for an accident, property damage, 1 call for a miscellaneous report, 1 call for property destruction, 1 call to investigate the trouble, and 1 call for theft of property. None of these calls were ABRA-related violations. I updated that as well. So December 29th, I got an updated one from March 2020 through December. And there were a total of 8 calls during that time frame. It was 4 calls for a business alarm, 1 call for a carjacking, 1 call for citywide, 1 call for a suspicious person, and 1 call for miscellaneous. None of those calls were ABRA violations. So as you can see on the next section, this noise complaints, there were a total of 34 noise complaints filed against the establishment March 2019 until March 2020. So you can see the list there. I also checked from March 2020 to the present. There's been no noise complaints really since the pandemic started. In March. Mr. Chairman, do you want me to go through the noise complaint times and dates?
I'm saying, have any of the noise complaints been verified in the sense that you have had any ABRA violations regarding the noise complaints?
No, none of the 34 were substantiated. No, sir.
Now, do you know whether or not were these complaints made to ABRA or were they made to a different agency? Do you know?
Yeah, they were made to ABRA, all of them.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay, your report has some exhibits. What are the exhibits that are attached to your report, please?
Sure thing. So Exhibit 1 is a protest letter from the ANC 4C. Exhibit 2 is a protest letter from Mr. McMullen, who's a designated rep of the property owners. Number 3 is email communication to Jairo Vitez, which was provided to me by Mr. Fred Stieni.
And so what is this? What's Exhibit 3?
Exhibit 3 is email communication from Jairo Vitez to I'm sorry, Mr. Tiemi to Jairo Vitez and vice versa. Mr. Tiemi provided this to me when I visited the establishment. The email communication here, unfortunately, really doesn't tell results of those noise tests that wanted to be done. This was just, like I said, provided to me by Mr. Tiemi, and I thought it was important to include this to show, Mr. Tiemi also wanted to be shown that he was foreseeing this as an issue. So I included that as an exhibit.
All right. What about Exhibit What's an exhibit in your report?
Exhibit 4 is a letter from Frez Teamy's lawyer, Ronald Webney, to Jairo Viquez, which is the same person in Exhibit 3 that the email communication was being conducted through. Exhibit 5 is a copy of the GIS information regarding ABC establishments within 1,200 feet. That's obtained via ABRA. Exhibit 6 is the recreation center, the GIS info for rec centers, schools, and libraries. It's also obtained through ABRA. Exhibit 7 is a photo of the exterior from Iowa Ave shooting up through Varnum Street, which intersects Georgia Ave. And Exhibit 8 is the photo of the Petworth Library. Exhibit 9 is an exterior photo of the back alley behind the establishment. That kind of shoots through, and there's condos back there as well. Exhibit number 10 is residential homes off the back alley behind the establishment. Exhibit number 11 is an exterior photo of the middle school, McFarland Middle School. Exhibit 12 is also an exterior photo of McFarland Middle School. And so is exhibit number 13 as well. Exhibit number 14 is an exterior photo of Georgia Avenue facing northbound. So basically passing the establishment on the left if you were driving that direction. Exhibit 15 is an exterior photo of a parking sign on Georgia Ave on the side of the establishment. And on there you can see the times where it's metered. Exhibit number 16 is an exterior photo. Exhibit number 17 is an exterior photo of the intersection of Webster Street Northwest and Georgia Ave Northwest, which is the intersection right north on that block of the establishment. Exhibit 18, exterior photo, Webster Street Northwest. Exhibit 19, exterior photo showing Georgia Avenue Northwest northbound. Exhibit 20 is an exterior photo showing the other street side across from the establishment. Basically the other side where there's houses across the street. Exhibit 21 is a parking sign across the street from the establishment. Exhibit number 22 is the same exact thing, not the same photo, but the same thing. It's a parking sign across the street. Exhibit number 23, parking sign on the same side of the establishment. Exhibit number 24 is a parking sign in the rear of the establishment on Iowa Avenue, and it shows the zone permitting that's required on Iowa Avenue. Exhibit 5 is the exterior photo of the budding property building, so you can see how close it is, and you can see it's actually touching. Exhibit number 26 is an exterior photo of the front of the establishment. Exhibit number 27, exterior photo of the rear. Exhibit number 28, exterior photo of the rear establishment as well. Exhibit number 29 is an exterior photo of the front side entrance, which touches the abutting building. Exhibit number 30 is an interior photo of the second floor of Barca. Exhibit 31 is an interior photo of the second floor showing carpet for bands and the carpeting for the large speakers. Exhibit number 32 is an interior photo showing curtains against the window on the second floor to mitigate sound. Exhibit number 33 is an interior photo of carpet on the second floor for the band. And exhibit number 34 is another photo of the carpet on the second floor for the band. Exhibit number 35 shows the first floor bar top above that first landing that I was talking about. Exhibit number 36 is an exterior photo showing the back patio of the summer garden. Exhibit number 37 is an exterior photo showing the trash storage area in the rear of the establishment. Exhibit number 38 is an exterior photo showing the summer garden. And exhibit number 39 and 40 are also exterior photos of the summer garden. Exhibit 41 is an exterior photo showing the trash storage area, which is the area that Matthew McMullen advised had been open and the trash can be visible there. Exhibit 42 is the exterior photo showing second floor entrance to the summer garden. 43 is an interior photo of the first floor speakers near the bar top. Exhibit number 44 is an interior photo of the first floor speaker. Exhibit number 45 is an interior photo of the stairwell that leads up to the second floor where there's a DJ area, as well as another bar top. Exhibit 46 is an interior photo of a second floor speaker that's used on the top. Interior photo, exhibit 47 is an interior photo showing curtains against the second floor window. Exhibit 48 is an interior photo showing the DJ area on the second floor. And exhibit 49 is another photo of the same thing. Exhibit 50 is an interior photo of the lobby at the entrance where there's seating. Exhibit 51 is the same thing as that, just a different photo. Exhibit 52 is an interior photo of the lobby stairs to the first floor bar top. Exhibit 53 is an interior photo of the stairwell that goes down to the kitchen, which is in the basement of the establishment. Exhibit 54 and Exhibit 55 and Exhibit 56 are both interior photos of the kitchen. Exhibit 57 is also another photo of the interior of the kitchen. Exhibit 58 is the interior photo of the first floor band area. Exhibit 59 is the interior photo of the first floor speaker. Exhibit 60 is also an interior photo of the first floor speaker. 61 and 62, Exhibit 61 and 62 are interior photos of the first floor band area. And Exhibit 63 is the interior photo of the first floor bathroom entrance and the first floor bar top. Exhibit 64 is an interior photo of the first floor bar top. 65 is an MPD calls for service for the address of the establishment. Exhibit 66 is the security plan that was submitted by Safari in 2019. And Exhibit 67 is the board order in April 24, 2019 that required a security plan, and that board order was in response to the February 2019 shooting. And those are all my exhibits, Mr. Commissioner. I mean, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Condon. Does any board members have any questions of Mr. Condon? Any questions by the board members? All right, none by the board members. Mr. Time, do you wish to ask any questions of the investigator? Do you wish to ask any questions of the investigator, sir?
To the investigator Condons?
Yes.
No questions at all, but one thing I want to add to the investigator's report is Georgia Avenue is a semi-detached.
Why don't you ask him, sir? You can't ask the question. So if you're adding something, ask him in the form of a question, sir.
Sure. The only thing I want Mr. Condon's report not added is the Georgia Avenue buildings are
Objection, he's not asking a question.
Well, Mr. Devin Dorff, he's not an attorney. I don't know what the question is first, so let me hear. I don't know where he's going, so because he's not an attorney, I'm not going to ask him to frame it in the form of an attorney. So what I'm saying is that, Mr. Time, whatever you're trying to do, if you need to frame it in a question to ask Mr. Condon. You can't make a statement. You can make a statement when you're presenting your case, but at this juncture, he gave a report. Do you have any questions of him? Do you have any questions you want to ask? Is there anything in the report that that he didn't cover that you want to highlight or you disagree with? That's what you ask questions of him about the report.
Okay. I just have only one question. I don't disagree to Mr. Condon's report, but I have only one question. Mr. Condon, is our building attached or detached to 4308?
So from the looks of it, it looks attached. It looks like it's using really the same wall, and that's visibly from the outside. Whether it is using it, visibly it looks like it's using the same wall. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. You have no other questions? All right. The ANC, does the ANC have any questions that they want to ask our the investigator?
I do.
I'm sorry, identify you. Who is that?
This is Kim Varzi.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Varzi.
I had a couple of questions. The first one, Mr. Condon, was the first time you met with Mr. Time in March. Was there music? Did he play music for you to give you a sense of the environment of the establishment?
No music was played. The establishment was not open. I had him open it to meet me. So it was just me and him, no music, and I was touring the establishment.
Okay. And then the visits that you made, you listed, I believe you said 7 times, March 2020 through January 2020 this time. Was that with regard to the investigation, or was that with regard to the public health emergency?
So that was in regards to those were days that we were aware that they had actually opened during this emergency order, and we went over and monitored the establishment. So it was looking for violations, whether that be mayor's order violations, regular ABRA violations, any violation is what would the monitoring before.
Okay, so those weren't planned visits for this investigation for the protesters.
No, ma'am. Those were visits because we were aware they had opened and we were just looking to see if there were any violations in general.
Okay, and did they have a table, did you notice, or a menu?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, ma'am.
Was there food available or a menu during the
Ma'am,
visits? Okay.
I'm unaware of that. So those 7 visits, I was not present on those 7 visits. So I'm not aware if there was menus or what. Now, the mayor's order since March 2020, you can't have any live entertainment at all. But I'm not aware if there was a menu, etc.
All right, and since they weren't planned investigations, it's not as though anyone checked the security system that was in place at those times.
I'm sorry, man.
Did anyone check the security systems during those visits, or because it was just a random, someone called in, we're going to investigate, then you just went to investigate violations for that?
So I'm not aware if they checked security system. They weren't really random. Investigators were tasked to go because we were aware that they had opened and we were seeing if there were violations. So like I was saying, they were looking for all sorts of violations, but I'm not aware if the security system was checked by the investigators that visited on those days.
Okay, and then you also listed the calls that ABRA received for complaints against the establishment. Did you check with MPD at all about any complaints?
Are you referring about the calls for service? The calls for service section on the report?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So yeah, those calls for service were calls that were attributed to that address, and during that time frame, and none of them were ABRA violations. So if ABRA has a working relationship with MPD, so if there were any issues related to the establishment, we trust MPD would have let us know on that, and that's how we a lot of times our assigned cases is via MPD.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Devendorf, any questions of the witness?
Yes, I have a few questions. And I'm sorry to have to break the flow here, but I do have one thing to mention. One of our witnesses has a hard stop at 5:30, and I wanted to ask the board if it would be possible to allow her to testify after I complete my cross-examination of Investigator Condon. Is that possible to do?
Well, Mr. Time hasn't presented his case yet, and so I'm not sure if I'm gonna. Why didn't you let me know that at the beginning? It's 4:52.
That's right. No, 5:30. Sorry, 5:30 is the hard cost. We have a little bit of time. And this witness's examination won't take long, so we have time to fit it. I think if we're allowed to go after we finish with Investigator Condon.
Well, all right, I'll once the board is done with its presentation of the case, let's see what we can do. I'll think about it.
Thank you. I apologize. The time kind of just snuck up on me here. But anyways, I would at this time like to get into my questions for Investigator Condon. So first, thank you, Investigator, for your work on this case. First, you concluded that the area immediately surrounding Safari Lounge is mainly residential properties, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct, yep.
And standing outside of Safari Lounge, there are no other ABC licensed establishments within eyesight?
That's correct, yes.
And Safari Lounge does not have any dedicated parking for its own use, for its patrons or anything like that, correct?
Correct. Street parking is what I'm aware of, yep.
And one other point I'd like to clarify, you stated you weren't present at any of the site visits, the 7 site visits listed in your report, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Regardless, there were 7 of these site visits conducted by other investigators.
That's correct, yes.
And these visits were made between March 2020 and January 2021, correct?
Correct. That's the total in that time frame, correct.
And during this period, the enforcement initiatives changed as a result of the COVID-19 public health order, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir, yep.
And so the enforcement division's focus was actually on compliance with the health order.
That's correct. Yep.
And you testified that the establishment wasn't open much because of the pandemic?
That is the information that was relayed down from supervision to me. Yes, and I was actually under the impression they had not opened, and actually until we realized this protest hearing was going on. So, they were open. Those are the times that Abra was aware of that they were open. It's those 7 times that we visited.
And so moving on to the specific site visits, they essentially ranged from 9:15 to 11:30. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, in the evening, right?
From that's the information I was provided on the times. Yes, sir. Yeah.
And so specifically parsing the visits, there were 3 visits conducted between 11 p.m. and 11:30. Those were on a Thursday and 2 on a Friday during that time period. Is that correct? Yes.
Yeah.
There was 1 visit conducted on a Monday that occurred between 10:30 and 11 p.m. Correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And then there were 2 visits done during the 10 to 10:30 time frame. Correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And those visits, one was on a Sunday and one was on a Thursday.
Yep. That's correct.
And there was 1 visit done between 9:15 and 9:45. Correct?
Yep. 9/25/2020. Yep.
And that was on 9/25/2020 was a Friday.
Correct. Yes.
Now, moving on to the noise complaint records. So these records range from March 2019 to March 2020, correct?
Correct. And I did check March 2020 to the present. There's been no noise complaints since March of 2020.
So it's your testimony that not a single noise complaint has been filed between March 2020 and today?
Via Abra records, none. When I checked, none were reported to Abra from the last one was March 7th, 2020.
Okay. So during the going back to the March 2019 to March 2020 time frame, so there were 34 noise complaints filed during that time period.
That's correct. Yes.
And of those 34 noise complaints, 18 of those were filed outside of the time frame during which investigations were done in preparing your report. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, I have not counted the 18, but I'll trust that that it's 18 that were not in the time. You're talking the times that were visited.
Yes, the time of day during which the investigations were made fell outside of the time frames that noise complaints were filed 18 times. Correct?
I have not. I've not counted, but I'll take your word. It's 18. Correct.
That's it. Okay, so yeah, is that a yes?
Yeah, I'll take your word. It's 18. I have not counted that. So I'm not aware if it's 18, but if you counted 18, I'll take your word on it being 18.
So is that a yes then to my question?
Well, I'll count it. I'll count them. So the time frame that we visited is between 9:15 and 11:30. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
The whole time frame? Okay.
And then 18 of the 34 noise complaints were filed outside of that time period.
Well, let me count them out before I tell you it's yes.
Prestimi, I have a remark to make.
Mr. Chairman, unless the applicant is making an objection, I'd like to conduct my.
Mr. Teammate, do you have an objection?
Yes.
What's the objection, sir?
The objection is on January 2nd, 2021, another call was made. While nobody is here, when the establishment is not open, just me and a couple of friends.
Well, that's not an objection, sir. So I'll give you an opportunity to.
Okay,
I'll give you an opportunity to.
Yes.
To ask about that. Okay.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Sir, it's
Go ahead,
18.
Mr. Devon. Go ahead, Mr. Devon.
I believe Mr. So in response, after refreshing his recollection regarding the investigation report, Investigator Condon is responding to my question, which was whether there were 18 noise complaints filed outside of the time frame during which the site visits were conducted.
And the answer to that is you're correct. Yes, 18.
Thank you. Now I'd like to move on to the investigative history. So as part of you reviewed the establishment's investigative history as part of your investigation?
That's correct, sir. Yes.
And there were 2 violations included in their history, correct?
That is correct. Yep.
And so one of those was for operating outside of the establishment's approved hours?
That's correct. Yep.
And that violation occurred on January 13th, 2020?
That is correct. Yes.
And there was a second violation in their investigative history that occurred on February 24, 2019, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And that violation involved a homicide?
That is correct. Yes.
In addition to the homicide, the violation included transferring control of the establishment to a third party?
So that, like I said, that's pulled from ABRA's records. That was not my case, but this information is pulled from ABRA's records. So that is what is in ABRA's records on it. Like I said, neither of those were my cases. So yes, I can confirm that information, but I don't know details of those cases.
This is information you relied on in completing your report, isn't it?
That's correct. Yes. But like I was saying, those are not my cases, so I don't know details on those cases. We supply an investigative history for basically a snapshot of the establishment's history, but I can't give details on it as those were not my cases.
So as part of your, in compiling your investigative report for this case, you did include, you did include this violation, this February 19th violation, correct?
We're required through ABRA to include this.
And you did include it, correct?
Yes, the investigative history is a required component of these protest reports.
And part of that investigative history included a violation by the applicant for failing to follow its security plan, correct?
That is correct, yes.
It included a violation for transferring control of the establishment to a third party, correct?
Correct. That's all within that one case, sir. Yep.
And right. And it also included a violation for transferring ownership without approval, correct?
You're talking the change trade name charge 8?
Transferring there was a transferring ownership without approval.
Yep, I see that. So yep, that's correct. Yep.
And the violations that occurred on February 2014, 2019 resulted in a summary suspension of the establishment's license, correct?
That information is all correct, yes. Correct.
And ultimately, the board accepted an offer in compromise regarding those charges. Thank you. Now I'd like to move on to the MPD search you conducted, this request search you conducted as part of your investigation. So you reviewed MPD calls for services to the establishment?
That is correct. Yep.
And the report you reviewed, it included calls between March 2019 and March 2020, correct?
It was 2 periods, March 2019 through March 2020, 16 calls, and then March 2020 until December 2020, there were 8. So really, I'm including March 2019 all the way through December 2020, last month.
Thank you. And so the subject matter, you included the subject matter of those calls in your report, right?
That's correct, yes.
And so among the reasons for these calls, they included disorderly conduct, correct?
That's correct, sir. Yes. One of them. On which occasion? Are you talking in general or?
What that one of the call. You don't have to tie the date. I'm not going to ask you to memorize the dates, but just that there was one call for disorderly conduct during that time period.
There was actually 2 calls for disorderly between March through March of 2020. So yeah, you're correct. Two calls of disorderly.
There was a call regarding an accident, a hit and run. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
There was a call regarding a drug complaint.
Correct, yes.
There were 2 calls for a disorderly group.
That's correct, yep.
There was a call regarding a fight and assault.
That's correct, yep.
There were 2 calls regarding accidents causing property damage.
That's correct.
There was a call for property destruction.
Correct.
And there was a call simply labeled investigate trouble.
That is correct.
There was a call involving theft of property.
That's correct.
There was a call involving carjacking.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Condon. That is all I have for you.
Thank you.
Does the let me see if I have any questions. Does any of the board members have any questions of the investigator based on, you know what, let me do it this way. Mr. Time, do you have any questions I'll give you an opportunity to add, do you have any questions of the investigator based on the questions that Mr. Devendorf had asked?
No, sir. No, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, what does it?
All right.
I'm sorry. Can I take that back?
What question do you have?
Can I take that back?
What question do you have?
Yes, the question.
The question that I have is the January 13, 2020 violation. Is there any violation on our side? Because we provide a video to EBRA because we have a wedding, and after our operation was basically the party was moving their stuff, and we provide the video, and the case doesn't even go to the board. So why is it on this report?
So like I was advising, I'm unaware of the details of that case, whether you were charged or not. And that's on the report because when we pull an investigative history, whatever is on the investigative history that we have at the time is based on ABRA's regulations. We supply it on the protest report.
Do you have another question you want to ask, Mr. Team?
Yes. Another question I have is the 16 plus calls that make to the MPD. As EBRA licensee, that is our right to get a protection to call MPD to get a protection. This is any of a violation, Mr. Investigator?
None of the 16 calls during that time frame were attributed as an ABRA violation.
Thank you. No further question.
All right, Mr. Condon, the calls for service, were the specific to this establishment, or is it to the location? Do you know?
So that's attributed to an address. So it's those calls for service are attributed to the same address as the establishment. Whether it's basically to an address, those calls.
So you don't know whether or not there were specific incidents at the establishment, or they just utilized the address because it was the closest to what was going on?
That's correct. I'm unaware. It could have been because it's the closest address. Exactly.
All right. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right. Hearing none. Thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right. Where we are now is that Mr. Time, it's 5:08, and it's your opportunity to present your case in chief. Mr. Devendorf had asked that he wanted to present a witness out of order. It is your call, sir. If you agree for him to do that, I will allow that. If you disagree, I will disallow that. So, your call.
I would like to proceed according to your schedule, sir.
Mr. Devendorf, the licensee will not agree for you to present a witness out of order. So I will not grant that request. All right, so Mr. Time, how then do you plan to present your case? Are you going to testify, sir? Do you plan to call a witness?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes. Yes.
You're going to do what?
I.
You have two witnesses?
Right here with me, and also I would like to proceed to present the rest of my statements.
Mr. Chairman,
So-
at this point, I would object to any witnesses being called by the applicant, as we have not received notice of any witnesses being called. The PIF wasn't filed, as you mentioned, is required by the code section. More importantly, this is prejudicial to all protestants, as the point of the PIF is to put the parties on notice as to what the applicant will be presenting evidence with respect to. There's been no notice as to what they're going to be testifying to. This affects how the protestants construct their case. This would be highly prejudicial to both the ANC and the abutting property owners. As you said, this is a basic requirement. It's a simple form that needs to be filled out, that the applicant just simply, whatever happened, the protestants did not receive this form. It doesn't seem like the board received it either. So, like I said, I would object to any witnesses being called, any additional witnesses being called by the applicant.
And Mr. Time, we had addressed this earlier in the day, in the sense that you did not provide us with a PIP. So therefore, and the protestant is objecting to you presenting witnesses. So I'm gonna uphold their objection. However, you can testify. I'm not sure what documents that you wish to rely on. If you want to rely on documents in the report if you want to rely on documents that were submitted by the board in its presentation, but there are no other documents. But if you want to testify, I will allow you to testify, sir, but you'll not be able to call in witnesses because you did not comply with the order of the board that all documents and witnesses have to be submitted 7 days before the hearing. Okay, is that understood, sir?
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak for myself.
So hold on, sir. Can you raise your right hand, please? Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Fred Tim again. The board members, as I mentioned, I stated earlier, I am the owner of this establishment, and as I started earlier, we knew this problem is going to come, and all the measurements that needed before this building was built, and I want the board to enter Investigator Cardon's Exhibit 4 to the record. Besides that, I took several attempts and worked with the developer to minimize this problem coming, and that's all history. But since the situation happened, the neighbors. First of all, what I want to mention here is this is not an ANC issue. This is not a neighborhood issue. This is an issue with 4 residents who are sharing a wall with me and who doesn't want me to be in business from the first day I arrived. So I would like the ANC to withdraw their contest to this, because there is no neighborhood issue here. This is only 4 people who are sharing the wall with me and who doesn't want me in business. And in order to this, I try in my end to minimize this issue with them. I even cover the window glasses that main fraction of Georgia Avenue 4306, which is the far that we have on the top floor to the entire Georgia Avenue. I even cover that with the heavy curtains to minimize the noise from going out when we are playing music. I even changed the stage to a sitting area at the investigator Condon testify where the band was playing before, so the band can play on the ground, and the band music or the vibration wouldn't hear, put on a heavy bag underneath of that. On the top of that, I built a soundboard under all the speakers that I have, so it can minimize the vibration going to the next. I hire a sound engineer anytime I have an event, so it can control the noise to make sure that the noise is not out of the law or required by us to play the music. The violation, they say that it was mentioned, happened in February 24, 2019. We already punished for that. We know that we made a mistake and we learn from it, and we move on, we go forward. I'm not going to be penalized and hammered and used as a tool to penalize me by these 4 residents or condo owners that who hates me to guts. They even went into my establishment and verbal and physical damage to me. So this is what the board I want to hear. All this is rubbish. All this doesn't have no foundation or no merit in this establishment. This establishment been here for more than 30 years before these people even come here, and we have sorry for my we have a right to have to do business here in Washington D.C. as they have a right to live here in Washington D.C. That all the stuff they're asking is unreasonable. They just don't want us to be here. They want us to close way before even our events start. Like I mentioned earlier, we serve for East African community, which is culturally, our event starts at 10 or 11 p.m. It doesn't start at 5 p.m. But these folks won't even close us at 10 o'clock, which is completely telling us to close our business. So I want the board to dismiss this case. All the report that you see from the investigator, from police, none of it is ever a violation. For the violation we committed before, we get penalized for it. We learned from it. We corrected it. We are proactive about it, and we are going forward with this. We're trying to be the best business to be for DC and have a home and a place for the African diaspora who deserve a place and a home like everybody else in Washington, D.C. I yield. Thank you, sir.
All right. Ms. Varzi, do you have any questions that you want to ask Mr. Timi?
Hi, Mr. Semi. I do have 2 quick questions. One question being if community members prior to contacting me requested to meet with you, and if that happened. Hello?
Ms. Varzi?
There's a question. Did you not hear the question, sir?
Can you repeat the question? You were cut off, Ms. Varzi.
Sorry, I was asking whether or not community members, prior to my being involved, if they contacted you to meet to discuss the issues and whether or not you guys met.
Yes, I did. And as you remember, you were a part of that community meeting. The community meeting on your term is, for me, it's not the entire community. It's one building residents that who hated us and who doesn't want us to be. And you conducted that meeting yourself, and you were listening.
Prior to my involvement, did you have any community meetings?
No.
Okay. And then I know you've been around, you stated that you've been around for the last 30 years. Have you operated in the last 30 years the same way, with the same management, the same diaspora, the same entertainment? Has that been continual for the past 30 years?
Yes or no? The nature of the business changes, you know. You will have different events. So you're telling me about the events that are as the management, I was the manager myself, including the two ABC establishments that I own and under my name with the ABRA, and also the military bases that I manage for the past 20 years for United States Army. Thank you.
Thanks. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Varza. Mr. Devendorf, any questions for Mr. Time? We can't hear you, sir.
Sorry about that. Didn't unmute myself. Yes, I have some questions. First, Mr. Time, you are the sole owner of Safari Lounge, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as in, I'm going to go back to February 2014, 2019. Your establishment incurred a violation that involved a homicide, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. That violation also included your establishment being used for unlawful purposes?
No.
It is your testimony that you did not incur a violation on February 24th for allowing your
No.
establishment to be used for unlawful purposes.
No.
You don't believe that you received a violation for allowing your establishment to be used for unlawful purposes. Is that correct?
No. No.
Also, as part of that February 2014, February 24th, 2019 violation, your establishment was found to have transferred control of the establishment to a third party. Is that correct?
Correct. I can explain that.
No, just a yes is sufficient. Thank you. Now, again, as part of that February 24th, 2019 incident, your establishment also incurred a violation for failing to follow a security plan. Is that correct?
Correct, but we corrected it and
that
we
is
moving
correct.
forward.
Thank you. Again, another violation included transferring ownership without approval. Is that correct?
Not correct.
That is not. So it's
Never
your
been-
testimony. Is it your testimony that as a result of the February 24th, 2019 incident, your establishment did not receive a violation for transferring ownership without approval?
Yes.
Excuse me?
It's-
Sorry, let me
it's
maybe
like,
let me step back and rephrase the question. As a result of the February 24th, 2019 incident, your establishment received a violation for transferring ownership without approval. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, additionally, your establishment received a violation after February 24th, 2019. Is that correct?
No.
You don't believe that your establishment received a violation on January 13th, 2020?
No.
So it's your testimony that your establishment did not receive a violation on January 13th, 2020 for operating outside of its approved hours?
Yeah,
So if you
that's
can,
not.
so
It never been violent.
So again, to clarify for the record, you believe that your establishment did not receive a violation on January 13, 2020 for operating outside of its approved hours?
Yes, we didn't receive no violation at all.
Moving on to your interactions with your neighbors. Your neighbors have contacted you regarding issues with your establishment, correct? I mean, verbal response. Sorry, can you say that again? It's your testimony that your neighbors have not contacted you regarding issues with noise?
Mr. Matthew, he does. Mr. Matt was via phone calls, was 2018, 2017, but since then, I don't have no communications whatsoever with anybody of the neighborhood.
So it's your testimony that the neighbors have not attempted to contact you regarding noise complaints?
No. Not recently.
If you'll give me just a moment. Okay. But the neighbor, you did have a meeting with at least at one point, you did have a meeting with the neighbors to discuss their issues. That did occur, correct?
Yes, but it was about a settlement agreement that I have a meeting, which didn't go well, got disrespected and threatened by the members of the community that we are many, we have power here, and such and such, and the meeting didn't go well because of the verbal threats and the disrespect that they have in my own place.
So you didn't make any changes after those meetings, correct?
What changed?
You did not make any changes after those meetings, is that correct?
Regarding what?
Regarding the operation of your establishment.
Oh, we always do. We always try to meet your needs and your requirements, but it's not enough. The thing you want from us is you just want us to go away. It's not enough for you, sir.
So it's your testimony that after the meeting, you did not attempt to make the changes requested by the neighborhood. Is that a yes
We
or
did
no?
every day. We did every night. We have an event. We follow the procedure. We make sure that nobody is up front. Nobody is smoking up front. We make the smoking area in the back. We even clean your bed. We don't have no clean. I don't know what this issue is. We did all. We close an hour earlier on the weekdays and on weekend. So we try to meet up, but it's not enough for you guys, like I say, because your request is unreasonable and unheard.
All right. I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Time, let me ask you a question. I want to go back to the board's exhibits, and you had, I think Mr. Condon had testified that you had provided him an email from the neighborhood development company, which is, I guess, Exhibit 3. Can you tell when was this email and what was this about, please?
The email was done like the letter was sent to the development company May 8, 2015. And the email was, the email correspondence was done right away after May 8, 2015 throughout the time of the building of 4308.
All right, let me ask you a question. Which one was first? Was the letter first or the email first? So
the letter was first, May 8.
So tell me about, let's back up. So Exhibit 4, what is Exhibit 4? And why is it that you hired an attorney to write a letter to the neighborhood development company? Just talk more about that, please.
Sure. On November 17, it was probably or to November 17, I received a letter from DCRA. The approval of this condo is going to be built next to me. So immediately on November 17, I sent a memorandum letter to the developer, which is 3232 Georgia Avenue. And I didn't receive any answer. So I was forced to hire an attorney to protect the interest that I have. First of all, for the record, I am not only the owner of the business, I am also the owner of the building. So I have an interest in the building, and I just want to make sure that whatever is built next to me, I am protected. So I was forced to hire an attorney. I hired an attorney named Ronald Webney, which is the letter is on the record. And Mr. Webney sent a letter on May 8, 2015 to the developers. And since then, the developers start responding, and most of it, they meet to our demand. They didn't build no windows on our ends. When they are going 8 foot down to dig to the basement, they have to have a protection to our building so there wouldn't be no damage to the structure of our building. And we were working diligently with the developers, including the noise and how this building have to be built a noise proof building and all of that. So the correspondence was to the interest of, for one, the interest of the property that I have. This is my investment property, and I make sure that I am covered like they are trying to be covered. Second, I am the owner of the business, so I make sure that the future residents do not have no issue at all with our nature of the business, so we all can live together as neighbors. If I answer the question.
So what response, if any, did you receive from the developer regarding noise abatement?
Oh, I got a response. There is an email that an evidence. They hire a company, a sound company, and we scheduled to play a live music and a DJ. And the company they hired were outside on Georgia Avenue measuring the out of our building, so they can have enough soundboard or whatever that needs to protect the sound from going to the neighbors. On the top of that, what I would like to mention is, sir, is this buildings on Georgia Avenue are semi-detached. They are two houses together, and there is an open space in between. So there was a big open space between us and 4308. But the developer building take advantage of the open space that was on a semi-detached and attached to our building. And they don't have nowhere at all. They are using our wall. That's why the residents, especially these four condo owners, are sharing the wall. That's why they are complaining, because the vibration, the noise is going to them. And it is the failure of their builder that failed to build it with soundproof and take advantage of, and it doesn't leave any space between the two buildings to minimize the noise coming out of our establishment.
So, but did you bring this to the attention of the developer to say what type of noise mitigation did they put in place, since you have live music and that you'll be sharing a wall with residents?
Well, is I schedule there's a copy of the email exhibit 4. They schedule a company to hire, and the company they hire, and they are going to build up to that code. So that's my knowledge. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a builder. I don't know. So my understanding was the building was built to our agreement, which is a soundproof building.
Now, what specific noise mitigation have you put in place, since the residents are now complaining that they're hearing noise from your building?
Sure. We took a lot of measures. We minimize the sound or the speakers that we have upstairs. I hire a sound engineer who can monitor the noise. And ABRA recommendation was done that to build a soundboard underneath of the speakers, and we built that. I even cover with heavy curtains that it can minimize. I'm not talking about just simple curtains, very heavy duty curtains that we bought online to minimize the noise and cover all the glasses that going to their building, to the side of their building and to Georgia Avenue to minimize the noise. On the top of that, we start closing an hour early when we have a live band playing upstairs. On weekdays, we close it at 1 o'clock. On a weekend, we close at 2. We minimize to have any bookings on weekdays upstairs at all, so they can have a piece. So I try to work with these residents, minimize the music that we play in here. Even ABRAS, we the noise task forces for months with ABRA here. No violation was founded. We have different events, but like I say, these people are sharing a wall, and I understand their frustration as well. Trust me, I understand, and I am doing the best I can to satisfy them. But I can't go away. I have to be in business. I have to live, and I have a right to have business like they do have a right to live in DC. But I am working every day to satisfy them. Even now, right now, 2019 COVID, we're not even here. We're not here at all. But sir, for these neighbors, it's a habit. It's a harassment. On January 2nd, they have to call ABRA And it's only me and my 2 employees here with a friend sitting down, and Abra showed up and they have a call on January 2nd because they saw that the lights were on, because they don't want us to be here. They were happy that we were not here from March all the way to January, and they don't want us to come back in here. For them, trust me, it's not about anything, but they don't want us to be here.
Now, let me ask you a question. You stated that you brought in a sound engineer. Did this person ever provide you with any written report?
No.
Oh, not really, but he's my employee. He works on the that I want to add that we download all managers, bartenders, and we go outside and monitor the sound, because there is a law that we can't be playing more than 55 MP, that which is DCRA recommended. So we make sure we're not passing that. So anytime we have an event, we go outside and monitor, including the sound engineer. And when it's more than that, we go up there and go down a little bit on the voice. So we've been proactive about this, sir. We've been proactive. We try to satisfy these neighbors, but it's not enough for them. It is not enough for them.
All right. Now, I've heard testimony that about this homicide that occurred at your establishment. So what steps have you taken since this homicide to improve on your security, and what improvements have you done regarding security since you've had this incident?
Thank you for asking that question, sir. I'm really sorry that happened on our time, or on our hand, I can say. Even at that moment, the manager on DT, he took a measure that he was right for his end. He closed and he dispersed the party, or all that, but it was not enough. But since then, you know, we hire securities. We don't have such kind of events. We have system cameras that monitor, that was approved by ABRA, monitor the entire movement of the Georgia Avenue 4306 from all the way to the corner, all the way when they coming in, when they are walking around, going to the back and leaving. Everything is monitored through security camera. We have security on duty. We have managers, 2 managers on duty, 1 on the first floor, 1 on the second floor, monitoring everything. And since then, we never have a single accident whatsoever at all. So we are doing our best to make sure that this will never happen again. This kind of accidents happen anywhere. It happened at the White House. It happened at the Capitol Hill. It happened everywhere. You know, but it's unfortunate it happened and I have to be penalized and hammered every day by his neighbors that who doesn't want me to be here because an accident happened. And you know, it is not fair at all. It is not fair. Thank you.
All right, I want to ask one other question. You stated that you had reduced your hours. So what hours did you reduce? And when did you reduce your hours? And was it a permanent reduction of hours? Tell me, what days did you reduce your hours and why?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I reduced our problem when I noticed all that because of the neighbors. Is the main problem that we have on the noise is when the live band is playing. When the live band is playing, instruments are playing, so the combination of all that is disturbing my neighbors. Then I decided to cut off on the hours when the live band is playing. I tried to minimize the booking on weekdays at all, unless, you know, there is sometimes that you cannot turn down money. There might be a good business that I can't turn down, but I tried to minimize the booking of upstairs on weekdays. But if there is any bookings on weekdays, I make sure that any live band playing will close an hour early, which is.
And what time would that be?
1 a.m.
The music stops at 1 a.m. But the place is open.
But the place is open, but the music stops at 1 a.m. On the weekend, I stop at 2 a.m. But the business stays open until 3 a.m.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt here, but it seems like the gentleman sitting on the left side of our screen, but the right side of the owner is feeding him answers. I'd like to reiterate the fact that the applicant is the only person testifying, and this needs to be his testimony. He can't be parroting something from a witness that was excluded due to his failure to file his protest information form.
All right,
I'm
Mr. Time, what I need to find out from you, sir, it's just the hours. You testified that there are certain days that you reduce your hours, and I'm just want the record to be clear.
Yes.
When is it you reduce your hours, and what's the reduction in hours? So you're basically saying that when you have live bands during the week, you stop the music at 1 a.m.
Correct.
And on the weekend, what time do you stop the music? I'm sorry, and you're saying on
a weekend.
On the weekend, you stop the music at 2 a.m. However, your business, I guess during the weekday still operates till 2, but on the weekend, the live band music stops at 2, but the business still operates till 3. Is that your testimony?
Correct, sir.
All right. All right. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Time, is there any, normally because it's your case, is there any statements you want to make to clarify? Because this is your case, you're the witness testifying, so if you had a lawyer, your lawyer would have asked if you need to clarify the record based on testimony that came out earlier. So is there any statements, is there anything you want to say now to clarify? I know that Mr. Devendorf had asked you questions and you wanted to explain, but he said yes or no. So this is your opportunity. Is there anything that you want to say before you close your case?
Sure.
I'm going to still give you an opportunity to make a closing statement, but just because you were cross-examined by 2 witnesses, are there any clarification of the record that you need to make before you rest your case?
I think I will remark. I'll do the other remarks on the closing. Thank you.
Okay, so you rest. All right. Okay, thank you. And maybe I got lost, Mr. Devendorf. Is the ANC going to present any other testimony, or are you just going to? You're going to now present the testimony for your case? But does the ANC have any witnesses they wish to call, or is someone going to testify?
I believe they do have a witness, but I'll let them answer that question.
Okay.
We have our own witnesses.
Yeah,
Okay,
I was
so
going to
Morrissey,
speak. I was just going to speak briefly.
You said hold on. So you're going to speak briefly. Is that it?
To provide historical context to the ANC's involvement.
Hold on, and hold on, mate. And Mr. Johnson, you have nothing else to say. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Kim is the witness for the 4C. And
all right, now are you going to ask her questions, or is she going to make a statement? Which one is it? I'm sorry. Are you going to question her, or is she going to just make a statement? Which one is it? I'm just trying to figure it.
I'm making a statement.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Morrissey.
All right. Just briefly, I want to speak to the context with regard to the ANC's involvement when it first began. But before even doing that, thank you all for being here. I also want to just, on the record, thank Sarah Fashbaugh, because she spent a lot of time working with me and explaining how things worked at ABRA. So I just want to put it out there. Without her, I think a lot of ANC commissioners would be at a loss what to do. So I just wanted to let you know that I was approached by community members in June of 2018, prior to even becoming a commissioner. These members did reside at 4308 Georgia Avenue, and they talked to me about the issues of Safari. In August of 2018, I met with them just to hear what they had to say. They also met with the other ANC candidate, but I knew that there was nothing I could do. Then once sworn in January in 2019, I learned that the ANC 4C, had written in their bylaws that settlement agreements would be created with all establishments renewing their liquor licenses. So this was part of our bylaws for the commission. So when I introduced myself to every business in 4C07 that held a liquor license, I explained to them this as well as had it written in my letter of introduction. Several businesses already had, as Mr. Condon had mentioned, had settlement agreements or voluntary agreements. And I apologize if there's background noise.
No, I'm sorry, Miss Varzi. I am Miss Gabriella Kunini. I'm sorry. I think she has her pet behind her, so that's what I'm laughing at. I apologize.
Oh, no, well, I know my son's kind of running in and out as well.
Right.
So he likes to, when it's my turn to speak, he likes to kind of somehow come on. Hopefully not right now. But when I did introduce myself to businesses, I explained that if they didn't have a settlement agreement prior, it would be something we'd be working on. And Safari did not. So when I went into the establishment in January to introduce myself, I expressed to the manager on site, who I met, John Scholler, that there would be a settlement agreement that we would be discussing in the future because it was in our bylaws. I also spoke with him about community members' desire to meet and find an agreement on how they could coexist. I was met with a bit of hostility, but that's expected when you approach any establishment and tell them you're possibly putting on a settlement agreement. And he was also a bit reluctant to meet with neighbors, but eventually he did. Following the introduction, I actually went and spoke to neighbors on the 4300 block of Georgia Avenue, as well as the 900 block of Varnum Street. One person on Varnum, who's a longtime resident, said he wasn't bothered one way or the other about Safari. One resident in a home across the street said, she replied, Safari is a club, that's how clubs are handled. Although I don't think she realized Safari is not a club. But other members of the community on the same block, both in homes on the west side, apartments on the same side as Safari, and condo buildings, not just the abutting building, but another condo building, had complaints. And they range from noise, litter, loitering, disruptive behavior that would wake family members at all hours of the night, as well as parking and security. And there were some complaints about, and this was more from the abutting building, but not someone who's here today, about the patio garden, people remaining in it after the establishment had closed. On February 9th, 2019, we held a meeting with John Scholler, the manager, and John Harrison, the representative of Safari, or that's how he termed himself. Unknown to us at the time, Mr. Temme was out of the country. I did distribute flyers to residents on Georgia Avenue and Varnum, letting them know about the meeting, because one thing I wanted to make sure was that community was involved and it wasn't just one person coming for an issue. I wanted to get other voices heard as well. So a few members of the abutting building and myself did attend, as well as my block captain, who lived in the nearby apartment 4314 Georgia Avenue. He's since moved. I found the conversation between the manager, Mr. Scholler, and Mr. Harrison and the community members to be fruitful. They talked about sound controlling mechanisms that they could do, as well as discuss patron behavior. We didn't talk about hours at that point. And community members spoke of how they would like to support the firm and be more involved with the establishment. One example was Mr. Scholler, I believe on Thursdays, was holding like an open mic night where musicians could come in and use the establishment to either practice, record themselves, and do things. And there were several musicians in the area that were, my block captain as well as a singer, and he thought that was great. And then the others that were there were saying how they would love to have the opportunity to go get a bite to eat before going home. So to me, it seemed like a good meeting, a good productive meeting. People were like, we left, I think, feeling pretty positive about the situation. I know that some members wanted a settlement agreement written pretty soon, but I also wanted to give Mr. Scholler the opportunity to respond, because it did take a while to get him to have a meeting. And then 2 weeks later, on February 24th, as we've all discussed, a fight occurred inside Safari and subsequently a shooting outside by patrons who'd been attending the event at Safari. And I think the fight is noted in the ABRA investigation. Several people have mentioned it, or they haven't mentioned the fight, but the shooting. But the fight is noted in the ABRA investigation as well as the offer and compromise hearing, as they believe it's the same people. But again, this was one of the issues following the incident, is that management, didn't call the police. And at first, they were unwilling to actually speak with ABRA and MPD about what happened. And that's just another reason that it made clear that there was a need for security and operational measures to take place by the establishment to protect both the patrons and community members. Following the shooting, an offer and compromise was made between the establishment, ABRA, and the Office of Attorney General. In May 2019, the ANC still chose to protest the renewal of their license. The protest included issues outlined in our protest letter, which I think everyone has reviewed for the most part. But DC Law 25-313, meeting the standard, appropriateness, avoiding negative effects. I won't get into them because I know we've already gone long. And then I also wrote to MPD asking for a list of incidents they were called to Safari for, and that's exhibited in our TIFF. However, since Safari holds a tavern license, the renewal wouldn't be until the end of 2019. So in the meantime, I spoke with Mr. Teme, and he agreed to hold a meeting with members of the community. I prepared a draft settlement agreement in hopes that we could discuss this at the meeting held on September 10th, 2019. Mr. Teme kindly hosted a meeting at Safari, and it was a great beginning of communication and lack thereof. Community members expressed wanting earlier hours at the meeting, as well as how they could support the establishment. However, some community members began to express the grievances they had with the establishment. Mr. Teme expressed as well how he, felt during this meeting and the outcome of the meeting. But in the end, we weren't able to even discuss a settlement agreement. And I believe Mr. Teme could possibly verify with me. I believe I met with him separately after this meeting to discuss the issue as well. I believe it was after. And we walked around the establishment to see things he could do to help control noise, such as put up curtains near the window or add carpet under the amplifier. And he also expressed his disappointment in the issue at hand, considering his establishment had been around much longer than the condo building, as he's expressed tonight, as he's expressed in the previous mediation meeting. And he also, as expressed as well today, he expressed the issue of the developer next door not having insulated the building well enough. Unfortunately, these are issues that are going to continue to pose problems within our city unless DCRA, the Office of Planning, they make different measurements as well with regard to new developments. He did express to me, I believe that day, that the reaction of community members at the meeting held on September 10th, that he would not be open to completing a settlement agreement. Thus, at the October 19th meeting, the ANC voted in favor of a protest letter to Safari, his liquor license. And then what followed was a mediation meeting with ABRA in February 2020. And then also in February, I met at Safari with Mr. Teme, the ABRA inspector, and a member, Matt Scordia, with regard to the noise. And while noise in Safari was lowered to a certain level, I was astounded how you could actually hear the music in the condos. Like, that to me was the first time I could really tell why the abutting building had issues. I mean, I'd heard from neighbors across the street about the outside noise. And for me, I would think it was mostly an after-hour thing. But in the end, that concludes us with today. And I agree, Mr. Teme, we want you to be in business. I'm sorry that with, the health emergency, a lot of businesses, especially small-owned businesses, are having a hard time. But I'm also learning as our city develops, and we have to learn to find ways to coexist. So the ANC is definitely looking for our changes and security measures and operational measures that are acceptable to both parties.
Is that it?
That's it. Sorry, longer than you thought.
Yeah. All right, thanks. Mr. Tammy, do you have any questions that you want to ask her, please?
No question.
Mr. Devendorf, are there any questions you want to ask her?
No questions from me, thanks.
Let me ask a quick question. What specific security measures would you want? What specific security measures, if any, are you requesting?
I mean, I can pull up the settlement agreement that we had debated having, but I know that in the offer and compromise, and I know ABRA also offers a service where they can have a security guard come and also be at the door. That way, that security guard would, for example, ask patrons, kind of move them along if they're lingering around outside, if they're loitering. You know, that security personnel who is hired can also be sure that those that are outside will move along. And that if there are any issues inside, they're handled soon or the appropriate authorities are notified. I think that was one of the problems, was that in this specific instance, police weren't notified. And the complaints I got from those living across the street were disturbances, for example, after. And I know like people would then leave the establishment and go to the cars and take advantage of being together in their car to complete certain acts that I think some neighborhood residents aren't necessarily wanting to be a part of. So also working security cameras. That the security cameras are always functional and working, that if an ABRA investigator or MPD were to ask to see the footage, they would have it available. I think those are important security measures.
All right.
I don't know if Mr. Johnson would like to add anything to that as well.
Well, this is somewhat.
I'm fine.
This is somewhat. Remember, I thought Mr. Johnson had nothing more to say.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. We're good.
I'm trying to have some formality to how we move along. All right. All right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Varzi. Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry. Are there any questions that any board member wishes to ask?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have one.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Varzi.
Mr. Short.
Okay. Now, how long have you lived in the community again, for the record?
I've lived in this neighborhood for 11 years.
Okay. So was that condo connected to this business establishment when you moved in 11 years ago?
I do not believe so. But I honestly didn't walk that block so often. I can state that I remember walking by Safari and being super excited that there was an African establishment a couple blocks from my house, because I love African.
Okay. But the question I really have is, the condo came much later apparently than, and there's been testimony that building code enforcement people at DCRA notified the owner of Safari, and that the building was constructed side by side, bricks facing bricks, in spite of the law. Has the ANC, anyone in your community, ever thought about maybe asking questions of DCRA or the owners who sold that, owners of the building who had that building constructed directly next door to someone, which could be a hazard? If there's a fire in one building, if they're connected, it could be a fire in the next. Is that correct?
No, I agree 100%. And to be honest with you, I wasn't part of the ANC commission when the condo building was built, and possibly when they were asking the ANC for any exceptions to the building. Mr. Teme had at one point said he would share with me the developer's letters, but I did not receive those. But I agree with you 100%. And that's why I think that DCRA, the Office of Planning, need to take specific measures when we are developing new condo buildings so that they are soundproof. I mean, I was watching what happened at Florida and Georgia Avenue.
Okay, for the second time, Ms. Fozzie, I would just like to say this. I do have some background in building construction and safety. And I do know that there are other areas of town and other ANCs and other communities who have sued and won cases where people have constructed buildings illegally and causing the community irreparable damage. Are you aware of that?
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you very much.
Okay, and this is my last question. You mentioned that maybe the police department could have a detail. Do you know anything about what they call the reimbursable MPD program?
I believe that's what I was speaking about because I know Abra had mentioned it in their offer and compromise. Maybe this is different, where they would pay 50% of the security detail, but that, I think, when I understand from Abra.
Without taking too much more time in your time, I know you have to go. Maybe your community should check in on things like that. But I would strongly urge and highly recommend that the community go after whoever built that building illegally and causing the community that kind of heartache that those persons are experiencing at condo. I can only imagine someone putting a building on a building in a city like this, knowing the repercussions. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Short. Are there any other questions by any other board members?
I would like to add, this is Mr. Timmy, Mr. Chairman. I would like to
sorry,
add,
hold on, Mr. Timmy. You can't speak. Mr. Grandis?
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Fossey, welcome to the ABC board hearing. We very much appreciate your testimony. I've been trying to take notes, follow along. Did I understand in your testimony you cited 2 incidents that were in reports? They sounded somewhat horrific. One was, I think, an assault and one was a murder. Did I hear that?
That was with regard to the February 24th fight? Is that what you're referring to?
My question is, in any of the incidents that you have in your testimony, did they result in violations against this licensee?
They did. An offer and compromise was made between Mr. Teme, Safari, Abra, and I believe OAG, the Office of the Attorney General.
And which date was that?
The date of the offer and compromise?
Yes, of the incident.
The date of the incident was February 24th.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure my notes were accurate. Thank you.
2018. The date of the offer and compromise, I believe, was like April of that year. Because I remember working every single day and asking questions to Sarah Fashbaugh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Are hearing none. All right, thank you, Ms. Varzi, for your testimony. All right, now, Mr. Devendorf, you have an opportunity to present your case. It is now 6:01. You have an hour to present your case.
Chairman.
I'm sorry, who's this? Who's speaking?
This is Mr. Timmy, Mr. Chairman. I would like to add before that.
No, sir, you can't add anything. You presented your case.
Mr. Schwartz. Okay, thank you.
You presented your case. Well, you know what? What do you mean add? You wanted to ask Ms. Varzi a question, or you want to make a statement? Which one is it?
To Mr. Short's statement concerning the safety.
No, you can't.
Okay, all right.
You don't have that opportunity. All right. So, Mr. Devendorf, who is your first witness?
Our first witness will be, Miss Kraft, unfortunately, will not be able to testify tonight. So we will begin with Mr. Ciordia.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smordia?
Me, sir.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
First name is Matthew, Matthew. Last name is Ciordia, Sior, D as in dog, IA.
All right, thank you. It's your witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Ciordia, where do you live?
I live at 4308 Georgia Avenue, the abutting property.
How long have you lived there?
I've lived there since June 2017.
And what is your connection to this protest?
I am an abutting property owner, one of the protestants, and when we first started this case, I was the representative for the group of the various abutting property owners.
Now, are you familiar with the area in which Safari Lounge is located?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I live in the neighborhood, or live next door and walk by it all the time.
If I showed you a map of the area, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would like to be able to share my screen to present an exhibit to the witness and the board. I see the option to share, but it's blocked out. It doesn't seem like I can click it. Is that something that needs to be enabled?
Please stand by.
Okay, thank you. Okay, looks like I've been made the presenter. I can share. So let's see here. Looks like, so I think this should do it. That's, you should be seeing, I think, does this work for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Can everyone see this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Ciordia, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a zoning map.
And how do you know what it is?
I took the screen grab of that.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the location of your condo building with respect to Safari Lounge?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would like to move this map file into evidence as P1.
Mr. Timmy, do you have any objection to us introducing this document into evidence?
No objection.
I'm sorry?
No objection.
So moved.
Mr. Ciordia, can you identify or describe on the map where your condo building is located?
Yes, our condo building's the green shape with the pin on it.
And where on the map is Safari Lounge located?
The square just below that.
Thank you. Now, are you familiar with the exterior of Safari Lounge?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that?
I live next door and walk by it pretty regularly.
So if I showed you a picture of the exterior, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay.
So your computer started.
Now, at this time, I will share what's been labeled, the file at least, as P2. Can everyone see that? Is the size okay? Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And now I'd like to show you what's been labeled P3. Apologize for the loading time on these. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
Can you have the witness identify what it is? Because remember, we have a court reporter.
Oh, yeah, I can. These are pictures showing this. If I may proffer, they're pictures showing the same general area. So I was going to have present them and then describe them. But if you want me to go one by one, I can do that as well.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Do you recognize this picture, Mr. Ciordia?
Yes, I do.
What does it depict?
It depicts our building and Safari's building.
And now I'm showing what's been labeled as P5. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
A picture showing our building and Safari's building.
And finally, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do. It's a picture showing our building, which is the kind of off-white grayish brick on the right, and then Safari's building, which is the red brick.
And so, so taken as a whole, these, can you describe what exactly these four, 5 exhibits I've shown, what do they depict?
They depict that our building and Safari's building are physically abutting, 2 separate walls that are actually touching.
And are these, how are you familiar with these pictures?
I took these photos.
And are these photos a fair and accurate representation of the location at the time the photos were taken?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move exhibits P2 through P6. That's P2, P3, P4, excuse me, P3, P4, P5, and P6, the pictures I just showed, into the record.
Mr. Timmy, do you have any objection?
No.
So moved.
Moving on, Mr. Ciordi, are you familiar with the interior of Safari Lounge?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I've been in a handful of times.
So if I showed you pictures of the interior, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to close some of these. That might help with loading things a little faster. At this time, I'm going to publish P7. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And what is it?
The interior of Safari.
I'm now publishing P8. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
The interior of Safari as well.
And P9 is loading. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
The interior of Safari. It's a wider version of one of the previous photos showing the second floor of Safari.
Okay. We will come back to that, but at this point, I'd like to show you P10. Recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
The interior of Safari.
And finally, I'm pulling up P11. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
The interior of Safari's second floor.
How are you familiar with these photographs?
I took these photos, these particular photos, the night of the Aber sound test.
And are these photos a fair and accurate representation of the interior of Safari Lounge at the time they were taken?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move P7, P8, P9, P10, and P11 into evidence.
Mr. Timmy, do you have any objection?
No. No.
So moved.
Now, I would like to return to, I believe it was either P9 or P8. I apologize for this delay here. Now, so we're looking at P9 now. Mr. Sioria, can you describe, based on your knowledge of your own condo building and the interior of Safari Lounge, can you describe where this picture is located with respect to your condo building?
Yes, so the wall you see is of the photo. That is that is Safari's wall, and then on the other side is our wall. So that's the abutting walls.
And what does this picture show that is connected to the wall?
So it shows right in the middle, there's a large speaker mounted to the abutting wall, and then what appears to be a large subwoofer or amplifier right up against the wall as well.
Thank you. Now moving on, based on your knowledge of the neighborhood, Mr. Sioria, do you have familiarity with with other nearby ABC licensed establishments?
Yes, I do.
And how is that?
I live in the neighborhood, and I've frequented some of the various restaurants and bars in the neighborhood, and also have done some research on the settlement agreements and the hours of operation of those establishments and their entertainment hours in preparation for representing our budding property owners during this process.
So based on your knowledge of the neighborhood and the establishments therein, how do the hours of the operating hours of Safari Lounge compare to the operating hours of other ABC licensed establishments?
From my understanding is they are generally longer than other establishments in the area. You know, for example, I do know an establishment about 4 or 5 blocks south of Safari has an entertainment endorsement that stops entertainment at 10:30 during the weekdays and later on the weekends.
Now, specifically with respect to Safari Lounge, can you tell the board about any issues you've experienced regarding noise coming from the establishment?
Yes, I can. Beginning, I moved into the building, one of the very first owners, and I moved in June 2017. And shortly thereafter, I had started to hear music in my unit, hear patrons out front of Safari in my unit, yelling or fights, commotion happening. And so I contacted both Abra and the establishment owner at that time, Mr. Teme, to let them know what my concerns were, that I had issues with noise, with loitering. And over the course of the next 3.5 years, I filed a fair number of noise complaints, but only when they were warranted. I believe between 2017 and 2019, I filed over 30 noise complaints. Some of them range from just hearing music, some range to the loitering and the noise from the patrons outside as they step out and then step back in, and them hanging out front, the summer garden. So I've had quite an extensive issue with the noise from this establishment.
Now, Mr. Sioria, I'd like to play a recording for you. This is marked as P12. Let me pull this up. I believe I was instructed before the hearing that if I was going to play a recording, I needed to unplug my headset. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Hopefully you should still be my computer speakers, but please let me. Can you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. How are you?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Sorry, my headset should be in now. Are you familiar with that recording?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
The incident that is reflected in that recording actually woke me up one evening on January 12th, 2020. And I went outside onto my patio, which faces Georgia Avenue, and I climbed up my fire escape to see what all the commotion was that woke me up. And I saw 2 police officers and a patron from Safari out front. Other individuals in my building who are not abutting property owners or protestants also heard the same commotion, and this recording is from reflecting that scenario, or that instance was made by one of the other owners in the building.
So is this recording a fair and accurate representation of what you heard that night?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'd like to move to admit P12 into evidence.
Mr. Timmy, do you have any objection?
Yes, I would like to object this exhibit.
What's the nature of your objection?
We do remember this particular incident. This young lady was out of order inside, and we have to call DMP to be removed. But when she was outside, she was disorderly towards the officers. She was not even respecting the officers, and that's why all the loudness and all that. And we also have a restriction order against her on that day. So this is not a Safari issue. This is an MPD issue.
All right, I'm going to allow it in over your objection. I mean, for whatever it's worth. I mean, as you gave an explanation what it is, but that's all I'll allow it in. So, all right, let's move on.
Now, Mr. Ciordia, is this video a common example of noise that is created outside by patrons outside of Safari Lounge?
Yeah. So as you can hear, that took place. Actually right at the border between Safari and our buildings, and you can clearly hear the patron being loud, and that is the type of noise we hear inside from patrons frequently.
Now, is that type of noise, do you experience that only, was that an isolated incident? Sorry, I'm going to rephrase this question. Was that an isolated incident, or do you experience that kind of noise from patrons outside of Safari Lounge? Have you experienced that kind of noise on other occasions?
Yes, I have. Usually when there's an event hosted at Safari, it draws a large crowd sometimes, and those patrons tend to congregate out front. And when there are altercations in a fashion like this, you can clearly hear what is going on. And same when they're just hanging out, talking loudly because they're inebriated, or they congregate in front of our building, and then enter back into Safari at some later time.
And so these other gatherings, as far as the noise how does the noise compare to what we just heard?
That was a particularly loud example, but so most of the time there is loitering outside. You can hear it. That, because of the shouting, was a particularly loud example.
And do you frequently hear shouting outside of Safari Lounge?
Yes, from time to time.
Now I'd like to move on to the establishment's effect on parking. Can you tell the board about your experience with parking in the area in connection with Safari Lounge?
Yes. So as the ABRA investigator noted, Georgia Avenue is it's not residential parking, it's public parking. And when there is no event, the parking on Georgia Avenue is not overly congested. People can park in front of our building, park up and down the block. And so when there is an event happening, what we've noticed is that Safari's management, whether it be the former manager that is no longer there, their staff have in the past blocked off parking spots in front of the building to allow, with their own vehicles, to allow entertainers or deliveries to then use those parking spots. And so when there is an event and they're prepping for it, parking on Georgia Avenue does get more congested. We've also noticed at some point that there was a sign posted in Safari on their front window that says no parking after 7 p.m. And to what means that was for, I don't know, other than to discourage parking on Georgia Avenue.
So if I showed you a picture of cars parked on Georgia Avenue, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Now I'm pulling up P13. Do you recognize, well, I'll wait for this to finish. All right. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that is the back of Safari and a driveway where some of the staff have been seen to park.
I'm pulling up P14 now. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And what does that depict?
This depicts how the street looks during an event at Safari.
I'm now pulling up P15. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that is a very similar shot, but what the street looks like before an event starts. This photo was taken at, I believe, about 7 p.m.
And finally, I'd like to pull up P16. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the same street location on the same night as the previous photo, showing parking on Georgia Avenue full at about midnight, so during an event at Safari.
How do you recognize these pictures, or how are you familiar with them?
I took them.
And are these photos a fair and accurate representation of the scene at the time you took the photos?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move to admit P13, P14, P15, and P16 into the record.
Mr. Timmy, do you have any objection?
Sure, if there is any ground to it, it's Georgia Avenue.
I'll admit them. So moved. Sorry, I'll admit them. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Stewart, I believe you may have touched on this, but can you expand and tell the board a little bit more about the parking availability on Georgia Avenue on days when Safari has an event compared to when it does not have an event?
Yeah, so actually, if you keep P16 up, I can point out.
Oh, sure.
So as noted before, I and other members of my building have seen Safari staff move their vehicles from in front of Safari and in front of part of our building as well to allow parking for entertainment, to show up, drop off equipment. So essentially reserving parking for their buildings. Private use. One example is that that van you see there. It was actually a van of things that were unloaded in front of Safari. They do use the front of their building as an unloading area.
Thank you. Now, you touched on loitering earlier. Can you tell the board a bit more about your issues with loitering as far as Safari Lounge is concerned?
Yeah, so Loitering is one of the larger issues with patrons from Safari for us. It both poses a noise, but also a security concern for us. Oftentimes there are large crowds in front of Safari, either out just hanging out because for whatever reason, we've noticed them smoking, we've noticed them drinking open containers outside, beer bottles, beer cans, etc. And then going back into Safari. From a security standpoint, having a large group of inebriated patrons standing on a public sidewalk in front of our building is a little disconcerting when you're getting home late from work, because there's been instances where I cross the street and go around because I don't want, or go through the back of my building because I don't want to walk past the loitering patrons when I get home from work sometimes, really late at night, midnight, 1 o'clock in some instances. So it's a security concern as well.
Now, so if I'd like to show you at this point, piece 17. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And what is it?
Those are Safari patrons loitering out front.
And now I'd like to show you P18. What does this picture depict?
Those are Safari patrons loitering out front on a different night, and some of them are standing in front of our building.
And how are you familiar with these pictures?
I took these.
Are they an accurate depiction of the scene at the time you took the pictures?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move P17 and P18 into evidence.
Mr. Teamy, do you have any objection?
On the picture, I see the patrons, they are in front of Safari DC, not in front of your building. So I don't know why it is your evidence. They can be in front of our building. They're probably getting in, they're probably getting out. They're not in front of 4308, they are in front of 4306. Like you see, it's the brick, the orange brick. So I don't see them in front of your building. So I don't know why it's your evidence.
Well, I'll admit them.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Ciordia, how on a weekend night, how many people do you usually see, if you can give an accurate, if you can estimate this, how many people do you usually see loitering outside of Safari Lounge?
It varies, honestly, but I feel these photos do represent what is typical. And just to point out there, the individuals there are, in this P18, there are a couple individuals actually in front of our property.
And when you see people loitering, have you ever seen any fights break out?
I've seen a lot of yelling, some pushing and shoving happening. Definitely things that could give me pause that there could be a fight that's about to break out.
Have you ever seen people loitering and drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to discuss littering. Have you witnessed any of any litter in the surrounding area?
Yes.
Now, if I showed you a picture of littering, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Pulling up P19. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
What is it?
That's a beer bottle that was left on our property by one of Safari's patrons the night before.
And I'm now pulling up P20. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And what is it?
These are napkins and a cigarette packet that was left in front of Safari's establishment the night after an event.
And how are you familiar with these pictures?
I took these.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of the scene at the time you took the pictures?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move P19 and P20 into evidence.
Mr. Teamy, do you have any objection?
Sure.
Okay.
That-
So you don't have an objection, or what are you saying, sir?
I would like to know the exact date when this picture was taken, because for some reason that space you see is when we're not here, the homeless people shelter up in there. So sometimes it can be, or it can be anything. You know, as far as the business operation, I'll explain that myself. At the end of the night, we have to clean literally any cigarette butts or any pack of cigarettes empty there. We have to clean it. We even clean their end, let alone our end.
I'll admit it for whatever. All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Ciordi, have you witnessed people loitering outside of Safari Lounge and leaving trash behind?
Yes.
Now, moving on, are you familiar with any events that occur at Safari Lounge that are hosted by third parties? That is, hosted by entities that are not the owner of Safari Lounge?
Yes.
Can you tell me a bit about these events?
Yeah. So, Safari uses social media platforms to advertise events that are hosted by other folks at their establishment, and I believe the owner has also testified that people rent his venue for events, and so we know when events are going to be hosted at Safari because they are publicly posted and who they are hosted by.
Now I'm publishing P21. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is an advertisement for an event hosted by a group or individual called Dada on 9/28. I believe it's 2019.
And now I'm pulling up P22. You recognize this picture?
Yes, it's the same event being advertised. Yes, hosted by Dada on 9/28 Saturday.
Do you know if an event occurred on that date at Safari Lounge?
Yes, I do.
How do you, did an event occur?
Yes, it did. I actually filed a noise complaint that night, given the music was so loud I could hear it inside my apartment.
I'm now pulling up P23. Let me zoom out. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a noise complaint I filed on September 20th, 2019 at 11:09 p.m. Noting that the noise is very loud on that evening, and that I'm hoping that Abra can come out and do something about this.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move P21, P22, and P23 into evidence.
Mr. Time, do you have any objection?
No, sir.
So moved.
Mr. Ciorda, is noise frequently an issue during these third-party events?
Yes, it is. Sometimes the third-party event thrower actually brings in their own sound equipment, their own set of speakers. The type of music varies, so there's, in my view, very little control over the sound levels that happen because of the variety of groups that play there.
Now, moving on, are you familiar with the event that occurred at Safari Lounge on February 24th, 2019?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with it?
I showed up to my my unit after the shooting that night had taken place during the event. I also recall seeing advertisements for the event on social media.
I'd like to pull up P26. This is a video. There's no sound, so I should be good with leaving my headset on. But we'll make this bigger so you can see it. And I'm gonna this video is only 2 minutes, so I'll go ahead and let it play. If I can maybe move this.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Devendorf. I'm not going to tell you how to present your case, but as you're aware, the board had a summary suspension hearing on this issue. It's on their record, so we are aware of that. I also want to alert you that you only have 22 minutes and 56 seconds left to present your case, because I told you you had an hour, so there's only 22 minutes and 56 seconds left that you have total to present your case. I might have some leeway, but I'm informing you that you only have 22 out of your hour. You only have 22 minutes and 57 to 6 seconds left.
Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chairman. I believe we only have 2 more witnesses. The 2 after this will be much shorter. This is the bulk of the evidence we'll be admitting.
Okay.
I would actually like to play this video.
Go ahead.
For the board and everyone to see. I think we can actually stop it there. Mr. Ciordia, are you familiar with the area that is depicted in this video?
Yes, that's in front of our building and our neighbor's building.
And how are you familiar with that area?
I live there. I recognize the location. In addition, part of that footage is from security cameras on our building.
And does that video accurately depict this space directly outside your building and Safari Lounge?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move P26 into evidence.
Mr. Teammate? Do you have any objection?
Yes.
Yes, I do have an objection because the evidence was shown was done until we are penalized for it and we move on. So this has happened. We have another hearing for this particular event. They show back in 2020 and we penalized for it. So I don't see the purpose of it here.
I'm gonna admit it. It's part of the public record. It's part of your. It's part of the establishment's investigative history, and so I will allow it in because it is part of the investigative history of the establishment. I'm aware that I did conduct a summary suspension hearing on this matter, so it's part of the public record and it's part of the hearing. So I will admit it as for what it's worth.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd also like to move P28 into evidence, which is the accompanying ABRA investigative report that followed as a result of that shooting. It's also part of the public record.
And as I said before, it's already part of ABRA's record, so it will be admitted.
Now, Mr. Ciordia, you had mentioned, have you filed any noise complaints with respect to this establishment?
Yes.
And you mentioned over what period of time did you file these noise complaints?
I filed them, I believe the first one I filed was July 2017, and the last one I filed, I can't recall the exact date, but it was before COVID.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move P29 into evidence. Again, this is another ABRA record. It is the records of noise complaints filed during 2017 and 2018 with respect to the establishment.
I'll admit it. So moved. It's as you stated. It's part of the Everett record. So without objection, it would be. I'll move it in evidence.
Mr. Ciordia, in wrapping things up here, can you discuss any efforts you and your neighbors have made to resolve the issues you've had with the establishment?
Yes. So, we tried to resolve the issues really from the get-go of us moving into the building. We live here. We wanted to have a nice relationship with our neighbors. And anytime you have an issue with your neighbor, you talk to them, you try and resolve the issue. And so that's what we tried to do really from the get-go with Mr. Teme. While he initially was receptive to our concerns, and he said he'd turn the noise down, it honestly didn't happen. And so we engaged our ANC rep to kind of have a mediation meeting with us in the establishment to arrive at a settlement agreement. The sentiment provided by the owner was that he will not compromise on anything that impacts his business. He will not change anything that were his words. And so, that is at the point where we decided to protest this officially, given that the owner would not enter into a voluntary settlement agreement and would not put in writing things that he would be willing to change or adjust that would help make the situation better for us, both from a noise and a security standpoint.
And do you attempt to make the owner of Safari Lounge, do you attempt to make him aware of your issues with the noise with any sort of regularity?
Yes. So anytime I see Mr. Teme, which unfortunately hasn't been very recent, I do try and raise it with him. I've also texted him early on in this process whenever there was an issue where there was a noise issue between either where I could hear it or where I was getting notifications from other abutting property owners that they could hear the noise in their unit. I would ask Mr. Teme via text to turn the music down. He would say okay, but the music just wasn't turned down, and subsequent noise complaints were then filed. So yes, I've tried to engage him to find a solution here.
Thank you, Mr. Ciordia. I do not have any more questions for you.
All right, can you please close your screen, Mr. Teme?
Yes, so do you need me to stop sharing? Oh, here we go, got it.
Do you have any questions that you want to ask Mr. Ciordia?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Ciordia, my first question is, do you check the zoning and who is next to the condo that you're buying before you buy the condo? Were you aware?
Objection relevance. This is a hearing about ABRA and the establishment. This is not a DCRA issue or a zoning issue.
This is not a court.
I'm sorry. I'm going to overrule the objection. Ask the question, please.
Yes. My question to Mr. Ciordia is, do you check the zoning or who is next to the building before you invest and buy a condo next to an establishment to provide an entertainment venue?
I did look at the establishment, and it was advertised as a restaurant before I bought my place.
The other question I have is, Mr. Matthew Ciordia, do you using Facebook to harass us and check all the banners that we have, and sometimes even taking pictures without permissions of the establishment?
I have taken photos, and I do check your social media, yes.
And commented on our social media?
I have not.
Okay. No further question.
Do we have any questions by the board members? All right. I didn't hear any questions by the board members. Mr. Authority, how did you get Mr. Chime's cell phone number? How did you get his number?
So when I first moved in, I ran into him, I introduced myself, and we actually exchanged phone numbers because, I wanted to have a good working relationship with my neighbor. I had talked to him about what our concerns were on noise. He said, feel free, text me, let me know when there's an issue. So we exchanged numbers.
Now, prior to buying your condo, did you know that there's some type of commercial establishment attached to the building?
I did know there was a restaurant established next to our building.
Did you, when it said restaurant, but did you know, is it just what did you know about prior to purchasing the building, what did you know about the restaurant that was attached to your building? What, if anything, did you know?
Yeah, so the only thing I really knew what was publicly facing, on their website or on, their Yelp page. And it was advertised as an East African restaurant serving great East African food, and no mention of live music, live bands, entertainment at all hours. And so I was actually excited that there was a restaurant next door to me where I could purchase food, support a local business. And so that was actually a selling point when I saw it was a restaurant, not a nightclub.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Mr. Time, are there any questions you wish to ask Mr. Sorday based on the questions that I asked him?
No, thank you.
Mr. Devendorf, are there any questions you wish to ask Mr. Sorday based on the questions that I asked him?
I have no follow-up questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Sorday, for your testimony. All right, do you have another witness?
Yes. Next we have Miss Mina Karimi.
Yes, hi.
Miss
Mina Karimi here.
Ms. Karimi, can you raise your right hand, please?
Sure,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Spell my name, Minakarimi. Mina Karimi.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Devendorf.
Thank you. Ms. Karimi, where do you live? We might be having an issue here. Can you hear me, Ms. Karimi?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Let me ask the question again.
Hold on.
Sure.
Ms. Karimi, are you in a moving vehicle?
Yes, I can pull over. I'm gonna pull over.
Can you please pull over?
Yeah, let's do that. Are we okay now?
Go ahead.
Yes. Sorry about that.
All right.
My name is Mina Karimi.
The first question I'd like to ask you, Miss Karimi, is your car in park?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Let's move on. Where do you live?
I live at 4308 Georgia Avenue, Unit 2. I own the unit. My unit shares a wall with Safari Restaurant and Lounge.
And what is your connection with this protest?
Well, it's something that's been a great source of disruption to my life, to the extent that I haven't been able to live there.
Why have you not? Can you expand on why you haven't been able to live in your unit?
Yes. Every weekend and sometimes weeknights as well, there would be loud events, live music, parties going until times. And it was not a way that I could live without sleep. I I have to wake up early for work on weekends, and I wasn't able to coexist with the establishment, unfortunately.
And so so the noise you hear from the establishment, does it come from inside the buildings, inside Safari Lounge?
Yes.
Does noise also come from outside of Safari Lounge?
Yes.
Does this noise come from patrons of Safari Lounge?
Yes.
Now, can you discuss any violent incidents you've experienced with respect to Safari Lounge?
Yes. I mean, I don't need to go over the tragic night. We've already all touched on the evening of the homicide. Fights inside the establishment that I could hear. One particular evening, I could hear the violence. Someone was being pushed into the wall that is where my bedroom is, and it was so extreme. I felt that they could.
I think we might be having another issue here with connection.
Hello?
Mr. Karimi, I think you kind of broke up a little bit there. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think I can hear you now. I think you broke off. You were telling about the fight where someone was being pushed against the wall.
Yes. Someone was.
I think we might have lost.
All right. I don't know what is going on with this witness, but this.
It seems like their connection is not good.
I mean, we're off the record for a minute.
Sure. Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure what's going on.
We're back on.
Can you hear audio?
We're back on the record. Mr. Deerendorf, this is I can't.
Hello?
I don't know what is going on. She was. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with this witness. She was driving. I asked her to pull over, and I don't know what is going on. I mean, I cannot hear her. Miss, wasn't that you? You're Miss. Hold on. I can hear you now.
Yes.
Your previous testimony, I had no idea what you were saying. I don't even know where to start because you say a word and it's frozen. Your screen is frozen. I don't know where you are. You're in a bad area, and I don't know what to do. I'm not quite sure how to fix this issue.
I'm doing my best. Can you hear me?
I think I can hear you now. We'll try to finish this quickly. Can you still hear us?
Yes, I can still hear you.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you one question here, Ms. Karimi. Was there a time where you tried to bring your concerns to the attention of the owner of the establishment?
Yes, on multiple occasions I've spoken with Frez. Initially, I had great excitement to have a restaurant of that nature next to me. I used to live in. I'm a musician. I really love supporting venues like Frez's, and I went in there with very friendly terms, frequently asking him after midnight, please turn it down. I had no problem with the nature of his business. It was the nature of the hours and how much it was disrupting my life and the
So, Ms. Karimi, sorry to cut you off here. So, did you ever in person go to the establishment to tell the owner about your issues with his business?
Yes,
and what was his response?
It eventually was very very angry, very dismissive, and then insulting. He called me a dumb bee for purchasing a unit next to a nightclub.
Is that the exact language he used, or can you can feel free to use?
That
He
is the exact language.
Okay.
He called me a dumb bee for purchasing a unit next to him.
Is that? Sorry to cut you off again. He said the letter B.
No, a bitch. He called me a bitch. He called
Okay.
me
Yeah.
a dumb bitch.
Okay. Thank you. Go on. So how did this interaction end?
And then he told me to get out of his bar, and then he came around from the bar, and I felt that at that point he could physically attack me, so I left, and I called MPD, and I called Abra, and I called Abra so many times to no avail, and eventually I started to feel, because the relationship between me and Frez had gone to such a uncomfortable place, I started to feel not very safe being that close to him.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Karimi. I have no further questions for you.
Mr. Teamy, do you have any questions you want to ask her, please?
Yes, I have a question, and I want to the exhibit P7, 8, 9, and 10, 11 to be used when I'm asking this question. Ms. Kurini say that.
Objection. I didn't discuss those exhibits with this witness. It seems like his question is outside the scope of my direct.
No, it is not. Ms. Kurini say that.
Mr. Teamy, that's for me to call. That's for me. I don't.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have the exhibits in front of me. I don't know the exhibits. What are these exhibits that you're?
Okay. My question is, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kurini say that she can hear when someone is pushed against the wall towards her unit, which is a lie. Between her unit and the establishment, there is a stairs. There is no one can be pushed to the stairs. They have to be flew down to the stairs, basically, which why I want to use the P7,
Objection.
8, and 9.
At this point, the applicant is attempting to testify or at least argue based on facts that aren't in the record.
All right, hold on. What are? I'm sorry, Mr. Teamy. What are the
The same thing he showed.
What are the exhibits that you're talking about, please?
The pictures was provided by the attorney.
What exhibits were
the interior photos of Safari DC.
And so what is it that you're trying to say? I don't.
That's
why do you
because
need
because Ms. Craney was testifying that she can hear when someone is pushed against her wall, which is not true, because between her wall and
objection again. He's trying to add facts to the record.
Mr. Devendorf, please. There's an objection. I'm trying to listen to what he has to say so I can make a ruling. I don't know. I'm trying to get you. He had asked for some documents. You object to it, and there's a question about her. She said someone was pushed on the wall. She could hear, and I'm trying to find out why is it that he wanted to utilize documents. So what are the exhibits that you're asking that you want to rely on? What exhibits are those?
The exhibit that I'm trying to rely is the interior photo was taken by them and enter from 7 all the way to 9, that there is no physical contact between the walls because there is a stair in between their walls that takes you upstairs. So what she is saying is a lie, because she cannot hear, nobody is against her wall because no one cannot touch her wall. So
let me
that's
ask,
why.
I don't have a physical layout of where her apartment is. So I guess the issue, your condo, where is your condo, Ms. Karimi, in comparison to where the building is? Do you share a wall with? Do you share a wall with the unit?
Yes, I do. My unit is ground floor, and the entire length of my unit shares walls with the length of Safari. So while there may be a stair, that it would not cover the entire span of space, and that doesn't on the stairs. Of all the units, I share the most surface area contact with Safari. I share it with 2
All right,
floors.
Mr. Teammate, just ask it. Well, ask whatever questions you want to ask her, please.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
Sure. The second question I have is, Ms. Karini, do you physically walk into my establishment and call me name and slam the counter of my bar?
I did not call you names. I don't recall that.
Okay.
Do you have another question you want to ask her?
I don't have any further question, but what I would like to make a statement is, Ms.
No,
Karini,
you can't make it, Mr. Teammate,
All
you
right.
can't make a
Yes.
statement. You
Okay.
can only ask questions.
No further question. Thank you.
Any questions by any board members? Ms. Karimi, how long ago did you purchase your condo?
I purchased in May 2017.
When you purchased in May 2017, did you know that there was a commercial establishment attached to the building?
I saw the Safari Restaurant and Lounge. I looked it up like Matt. I was very excited to be next to this establishment. I asked if there's ever noise issues from the real estate agent, and they told us that it was closed. I drove past there on multiple occasions, and it was closed. I believe other people in the unit were also told that the establishment was closed. And even if it wasn't, as I said, I support venues like that. I love live music. I love international food. I was excited to be next to this restaurant. But every time I went in, they were never serving food. And I didn't understand that there would ever be a possibility that at 3 a.m. My walls would be shaking. My plates and my kitchen cabinets would be shaking from 2 frequencies of bass music coming from 2 different parties. And this was happening every weekend.
All right. Okay. Mr. Time, do you have any questions of Ms. Karimi based on the questions that I asked?
No, sir.
Mr. Devendorf, do you have any questions of Ms. Karimi based on the questions that I asked?
No further questions.
Ms. Karimi, thank you very much for your testimony, and you can continue with your journey.
Thank you. And my apologies. My current situation is unavoidable. So I'm so sorry for the disruptions earlier.
All right. Thank you. All right. Do you have another witness, Mr. Devendorf?
Yes, we have our final witness is Miss Gabriella Kubini.
Miss Gubini, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? You need to open your microphone, ma'am.
I do. Sorry.
All right. Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Gabriella Kubini, Gabriella. My last name is K-U-B as in boy, I-N-Y-I.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Devendorf.
Miss Kubini, where do you live?
I live next to Safari, but my unit is in the back of the building, but I do share a wall. I'm on the ground floor.
You who do you share a wall with?
I share a wall with Safari.
And how long have you lived there?
Moved in, I believe, like May 15th, 2017.
And so what is your connection with this protest?
Well, I was here the night of the shooting with the terrorizing of the gunshots. I do, go out at times, and when I would come home anytime after dark where there would be a large crowd outside of Safari, it was scary, frankly. I do park my car in front of the building. I do have a residency placard, so I can park in the back on Iowa Ave. But when Safari would have their events, the parking would take up all of Iowa Ave. So we could be I've been forced to drive around and around looking for parking and then have to walk through a crowd of drunk people and people in their cars drinking and smoking just to get home alone by myself.
So can you discuss, so were you in the area in your condo unit on the night the shooting occurred?
Yes, I was. I was in my bedroom trying to sleep at 1:30 at night in the morning.
And what did you experience that night?
So I was in my bed. I heard gunshots, which froze me for a few moments. And then having a feeling of like, what should I do? I looked out my back window and saw somebody running down the back of Iowa Avenue. I didn't want to get involved, so I just hoped for the best and just stayed right, in my bedroom, because knowing there's all those people out there, I wasn't going to go out there.
Can you describe the environment at Safari Lounge that night? What was going on before the shooting happened?
Just a regular loud night. I hear mainly their bass, bumping on this wall right behind me, all the way down to my bathroom. And this is the whole wall that Safari is on the other side of. I actually I have the only unit in our entire building that has a working window in our living room. Every other unit in this building, the windows in the living areas do not open. Only those doors do. So I don't know what goes on in the front unless I'm walking in or out, but I do hear what goes on in the back.
And so have you experienced any littering? Actually, let's talk about loitering. So you experience noise coming from people outside of Safari Lounge?
I hear them in the back, but I do hear them in the front when I'm coming in and out of the building, because I prefer the lighted Georgia Ave entrance of our building to the darker, next to the garbage with the rats, back entrance of the building.
And so have you witnessed people loitering outside of Safari Lounge?
Absolutely. And as somebody who has seen my fair share of bars and who was a cigarette smoker, so was forced outside of many bars literally across the world, I've been told time and again to move and that there's no loitering in front of bars. That is not how responsible businesses manage their business. And there's people out there all the time at night when they have events going on, and then in the morning there's empty flask bottles, cigarette butts all over the place, empty beer bottles, and we can see them sitting in the cars like just drinking, and you can smell the smoke coming out of the cars.
Is there anything noteworthy about the smoke that you smell?
Well, it's definitely marijuana, which is fine. It's legal in DC, but it's not legal in cars.
Can you discuss your feelings of general safety in the area as a result of Safari Lounge?
Well, I am single, alone here. Women who are alone have more concerns about our safety. When there's drunk people outside of where we live, it is very disconcerting. It does not make me feel safe. If they refuse, I've seen on very few occasions there actually be security out there. But even when they've had security, the security guard is hanging out there with 2 or 3 or 4 other people. So they're not even moving people along. People want to go in, cool. If they're leaving and they're going to their cars, fine. but there is no management of the people in front of that facility. And I apologize for the dog walking all around.
Always happy to see a puppy on screen, so no apologies necessary there. Have you noticed anything? Do you have anything to discuss with respect to the establishment and how it acquires its alcohol?
Yeah, so when John was manager owner, I would see him in his black sports car pulling up with cases of liquor and beer. I get home when pre-COVID, when I was going into the office, I've been working from home since March, but before then, my job gets out at 4:30 and they tell us leave. So I always get home roughly around 5 o'clock. You see the dog. The dog is here all day. So my first order of business every day when I come home is to take Tucker right out so that he can relieve himself. So that was about the same time that they start opening Safari. So when I first moved in here, I saw Frez and we would chat and smile. And, I wasn't here to be a pain or destroy his business. And then when John showed up, he seemed like he was trying to make a business out of it, which was fine. That was great. I even went in and I've ordered food from them. The second time I went to order food from them, John held my food because the police came in when I was there to come pick it up because he was fighting with his chef, and he held my food. So I had to stand there until he finished talking to the police and I could get my food and go. And so there was just everything from talking to John while he was here and seeing the alcohol coming in. And I worked in, restaurants and bars for 10 years in my 20s. They buy whatever they want and bring it in.
So about the liquor that was coming in, did you notice any labels on the boxes that it was in?
So it seemed, aside from actual cases of beer, which I wouldn't even remember I didn't look at the labels. I drink Michelob Ultra Light, so I'm not a beer person. But I could see the bottles in the boxes that have the slats in it.
And were there any labels from any particular stores on those boxes?
No, they seem like just brown, when you go to Costco and they have all those boxes at the end and you pick them up to put stuff in so you can carry all your stuff because they don't give you bags. It seemed like that. I don't remember anything on the outside of them.
Okay, we can move on from that now. So can you discuss how your issues after the February 24th shooting compare to your issues you have with Safari Lounge before them? Has there been any change?
Well, the pandemic caused a change, but outside of that, no. And I was the one that called on January 2nd of 2021. All of a sudden there was, I could hear the bass and I was concerned because I thought DC was under nobody's supposed to be inside any bars or restaurants. And that's why I called Abra, because it was just them being open. And I sent an email within our condo and then was shown a picture where there were people outside. So they were playing music loud enough inside so that the people outside could hear it from inside, not from outdoor speakers that are just outside. They were cranking up their indoor volume so that people could be entertained outside.
Do you have can you share with the board your efforts to bring your issues to the owner's attention?
So I never spoke directly to Frez about these issues because it didn't seem appropriate. But I was at the meeting that was with Kim Varzi. It was at Safari, the one where Frez told Mina she was crazy and that she was making everything up. The one where he refused any settlement. He refused to, do anything to, contribute to our neighborhood in a positive way. I don't see how having drum circles outside at 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday night is helpful to your neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Cavini. I have no further questions.
Mr. Time, do you have any questions that you want to ask her, please?
Yes, I will have one question. Do you know that Abra establishments can pick up their orders from the supplier? Is that legal to pick up and bring it to the establishment?
I do not work in the restaurant business. I know it's not legal in New Jersey, so it struck me as strange.
It's legal in DC here.
Well, it's not legal in New Jersey, and that's where I'm from. And so that is what I saw with my own eyes as I'm testifying in my truth today.
States have different rules. So Washington, D.C., we allowed to pick up our...
That is in Abra's.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
I don't see
At
how
this point, he's making an argument.
Hello, I'm sorry. Mr. Time, ask a question. I don't need to back and forth. Question, answer, let's move on. Do you have another question you want to ask?
No, no further question.
Any questions by the board, by any board member to this witness?
Can I say one thing?
No, ma'am. No, you can't say nothing.
Can you ask me the same questions you asked everybody else?
No, ma'am. I can't. No.
Because
I
actually checked.
No.
Before I moved in.
No questions by any other board members. I don't have any questions, and because Mr. Time did ask one question of her, you can ask a question of her based on Mr. Time's question, Mr. Devendorf.
Actually, I don't think I need to follow up on that. I think we're finished.
All right. Well, Mr. Devendorf, do you rest?
Excuse me?
Do you rest?
Yes, at this point, let me just double check before I officially say we rest. We finished with our witnesses, and I'm just going to confirm. Yes, at this point, we rest.
Mr. Devendorf, I need to give you the ultimate compliment. And you know I'm going to give you a compliment? You have 1 minute and 53 seconds left, and I did not have to scold you about using up time, because I'm looking at my clock and you have 1 minute and 53 seconds left, and I did not have to scold you about the hour that you had to present your case, sir. So thank you for not exceeding your time. All right.
My pleasure. I appreciate the time reminder you gave me earlier on.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right. Normally, I would have asked Mr. Time, are you wish to call any rebuttal witness, but since you never provide, you didn't provide us with a disclosure notice, so therefore there can be no rebuttal witness. And I guess I'll ask a protestant if they wish to call a rebuttal witness.
I don't think we have anything to rebut.
All right, thank you. Do you want to, all right, it's time for closing. I'm going to give both sides 5 minutes to close. What I expect from both sides is that you're now telling me what is it that was presented today, and what it is that you want the board to do. So that's what I want your closing to tell me what was presented today and what it is that you want the board to do. And so, Mr. Time, you go first. So you have 5 minutes to do your closing statement, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to jump in. Could we have a brief recess before we move to closing?
How much? Remember, we're doing this remotely, so we're all going to be sitting here looking at you. So normally I would do that. So how much time are you asking for?
Just 5 minutes.
All right. So we'll all right. And I agree with that. Okay. We'll be off the record for 5 minutes. I do not want anyone, so you can close your camera if you need. But we'll be off for 5 minutes. So it is, hold on, it is 7:23. I expect everyone to be back here. So please do not log off. You can mute your phone and you can mute your camera, but we will be back on the record at 7:28. Okay? All right.
Would all parties please mute your microphone until the board is back in session, please?
All right, 7:28. So it's everybody. We're back on the record. All right. Mr. T, could you put your phone on mute, please? All right. As I stated before, it is time for closing. So what I would like each side to do is to tell me basically what was proven today and what it is that you want the board to do. And I'm giving each party 5 minutes to do their closing. And I will start with you, Mr. Timmy. You have 5 minutes to close. Go ahead, please.
Thanks again for the board for taking your time and look at this case on this difficult time, what we've gone through, all of us. I am here to say to the neighbors and to the board, we are here for the same purpose, to live and do business in Washington, D.C., and we both have a right to do that. And I am doing in my effort to minimize all this so we all can be good neighbors. And I see all the concerns, I hear it, and we've taken a lot of measures to minimize this frequent issues and questions that we have. So I want to ask the building owners as well to make the same effort that we're doing. So to minimize the noise, they should try to build some kind of sound on their end. And go back to the builder, like Mr. Short was saying earlier, to ask them to do something about it. This building was built cost. And on the side of the building, the siding has fallen and damaging my roof. And also, I'm sure it's damaging their units because the water is getting in and all that. So they need to make that effort as well, like the establishment is doing a lot of effort. So on our end, we are committed to do that. What I want to emphasize on this is we don't sell any flasks. Georgia Avenue is a commercial district. A lot of people walk on the avenue. A lot of people can throw their bottles, their flasks, whatever. We are a venue that we serve glass services and bottle services. And also we have a full control of the establishment that no one leaves the establishment with any containers on at all. So I want them to keep this in mind. We did an effort, even when we're not here, we clean the area. We vacuum, including their front and their back. So we are proactive about this issue, littering, parking. We recommend that the neighborhood, the ANC commissioner to work with DCRA to put some kind of zoning so they will have their parking space so we can minimize the issue. I cannot tell the people to drive to Georgia Avenue and park on Georgia Avenue why it is allowed by the DC government to park on Georgia Avenue. So I will ask the neighbors to work with the ANC to get some kind of zoning or change the rules on Georgia Avenue to accommodate them. The ANC should work for everybody, not only for the residents, for the businesses as well. So I see it only one way working. So in the future, we hope that the ANC will work for the establishment as well, because we are contributing to the city. We are taxpayers. We are community members, and we live also in the area. And I'm looking the ABRA to consider this. This is not a neighborhood issue. This is a people who are binding or sharing the wall with the establishment that are not happy about it, which is not my fault. The people didn't do enough of their work when they bind their condo next to the entertainment venue. So I am doing my best to minimize by taking measures. And down the road, I'm hoping to go ahead and try to soundproof on our end, and also they can do the soundproof on their end, because it's not going to be enough, because we are sharing a wall. You're still going to hear something because we have one wall sharing. So we are doing our best, but I expect them to do that effort as well, so they can open their drywall and put a soundproof in there. Then I will stop this one. And I appreciate your time and looking forward to work with you.
So what you're asking me, so you're asking us to, what are you asking us to renew your license? What is it you're asking the board to do, sir?
Yes, I am asking the APC to renew my license with no questions at all, because we've been here for almost 20-something years. Even myself, I renew more than 3 times on this establishment license. There is no ground to it. This is an issue of 2 neighbors. It shouldn't be an ABRA issue. It should be some kind of neighbors issue that can be resolved in a court way or anyway. So I am asking the ABRA to renew my license without no restrictions. Appreciate it.
Does the ANC wish to make a closing statement?
Commissioner Johnson was.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Yes,
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
So the position of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4C is that we value all of the stakeholders in our community, including the residents and the commercial sector. We support great streets, we support our businesses, and the offer is always open to sort of work together. And we want to encourage good neighbors, mutual consideration, and working together. And the offer is always on the table to sort of work together. We want better security. We want better operations and conditions to have better security for the establishment, for the neighbors, for the other neighbors in the vicinity. And we would suggest perhaps better management and particularly perhaps a more focus on earlier hours. So those are the things that the ANC is asking for. Perhaps earlier hours, better hold or management on the situation to sort of control some of these nuisance issues, some of these noise issues, some of the congregating issue of the patrons, and more respect and civility and mutual understanding. That's the position of the ANC.
Let me ask you a question. Are there, from the ANC, are there nights when is the security the same every night? Or are there nights when things are good and other nights things are not appropriate as far as your statement as far as security is concerned?
Well, it's an open question with respect to policies of the entity and the security plan. There's been a conversation about that with the abutting, with the community and with the ANC. So manifestly or demonstrably, the security and the strictures of abiding by the security plan have been a problem.
Okay, all right.
I like to say one, like with COVID, since there hasn't been much of an operations, it's sort of been a monkey wrench in sort of understanding if it's been followed. But up until prior to COVID, from inconsistent at best. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think you were frozen, Mr. Johnson, so I'm not sure if you were done. You were frozen for a couple of seconds.
I'm so sorry. You can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. I think you had said that you said COVID that goes through a monkey wrench.
You had asked about the security and what we're seeing, and I live very close off of Georgia Avenue. There hasn't been a lot of activity and operations since COVID has thrown a monkey wrench in things. But prior to that point, there's been questions about the implementation of the security plan. There's been complaints about it. And I just want to reiterate that we do view the corridor and the commercial operators as part of the stakeholders of the community. We want to be good neighbors to one another, find a happy medium. Our doors are open. But having said that, we want better management, better operations. We want improvements on the noise, on the congregating issue, and a reduction in hours to prevent some of these problems from emanating. That's our position.
All right, thank you. Mr. Devendorf, can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can see you and hear you. Yeah, I can now. Yeah.
I see that it appears that everyone is frozen, so that's why you're the only.
Oh, I think I'm seeing board member Cato is frozen on mine, on my screen. It's I don't think it's just you.
I just want to make sure it's not just from my end. Okay.
Yeah, board member Short is not frozen. I think we're good.
No, from my end, there are a lot of people who are frozen. So let me see what's going on. Just let's. All right. Okay. Everyone, as far as I'm concerned, everyone is unfrozen. I was seeing some issues with the only person I have issues with now is Ms. Henson. But everyone is unfrozen.
I'm frozen.
I'm sorry. All right.
There you go.
Okay, so Mr. Devendorf, you have 5 minutes to do your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated at the beginning of this hearing, this is a case about an establishment that is either unwilling or unable to act as a responsible and respectful member of the community. We heard it just now. The applicant wants no changes to his license. He wants business as usual. Unfortunately for his neighbors, business as usual means that they are tormented day in and day out by the noise and littering and loitering coming from this establishment. Now, what the abutting property protestants would like is either a flat denial of the renewal application, or in the alternative, we would request that the hours be limited to the hours specified in our addendum to our PIF. And I won't go through the specifics of that right now.
I need you to go through that. I have it in front.
You want me to read the hours out from our PIF?
I need you
Mr. Chairman?
to tell me what hours you're asking for. I don't have it in front of me, so why don't you tell me?
Okay, I will go ahead and try to read those quickly but clearly.
I won't take that away from your 5 minutes, sir.
Oh, okay, excellent. My secret to staying on time is I have a timer on the other screen, so I will go ahead and pause that. Okay, so the hours that we are requesting are as follows. The applicant's hours of operations and sales should be 10 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. Alcohol sales should be limited.
Hold on. You said Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 11:30. And so Friday through Saturday is what?
Friday and Saturday hours of operation should be limited to 10 a.m. to 12:30 a.m.
Okay.
Alcohol sales Sunday through Thursday should be limited to 10 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday.
Yes, on Friday and Saturday, alcohol sales should be limited to 10 a.m. to 12 a.m.
Okay.
Entertainment hours Sunday through Thursday should be limited to 6 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
(6 p.m. through what time?
10:30 p.m.
Okay.
And on Friday and Saturday, entertainment hours should be limited to 6 p.m. to 11:30 p.m.
Okay.
As far as their summer garden goes, the hours should be limited from on Sunday through Thursday. The hours should be limited to 10 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay.
On Friday and Saturday, the hours should be limited from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m.
Okay.
Those are our requests. We share the security interests that the ANC is already represented with, beefing that up, potentially adding the subsidized detail that program that ABRA has. But I won't repeat that.
Okay.
All right, now moving on. So I just read through the hours that we have requested, that we have presented to the applicant, and this is what we were asking for. The applicant, on the other hand, has not wanted to budge an inch. You know, they want no change to this operation, even though it's clearly causing a litany of issues for the neighborhood. The evidence we've heard tonight clearly shows that there's a desperate need to pull this operation into line. Now, I'm going to talk briefly about the burdens of proof in this case. The burden to show appropriateness is on the applicant. That applicant must show the burden by substantial evidence. And the regulations go into that. It's simply that they must show evidence and argument as would lead a reasonable person to conclude that the establishment is appropriate for the neighborhood. So this exceeds merely just more likely than not. They have to show substantial evidence. And now, with respect, the applicant is starting from square zero on this effort to prove appropriateness. There's no presumption of appropriateness due to the fact that their license renewal application has been protested. The burden is on the applicant to establish its appropriateness. So, what have we heard tonight that might have shown that? Honestly, absolutely nothing. All we've heard from the applicant is that sometime before the building was made, he reached out to the builder and said, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to be really loud, so you should probably soundproof your building." It is not incumbent on the neighborhood to insulate themselves from this business and its inconsiderate operations. Now, so the business owner, he has a right to do business. That's true. His rights, he cannot utilize his rights to infringe on the rights of others. His neighbors, the rest of the neighborhood have a right to feel safe in their homes, to be able to peacefully enjoy their homes, their properties. And when his business starts to infringe on other people's rights, that it's time to pull them in line. And this is more than it's simple, it's a little bit too loud every now and then. The noise is unbearable for some of these witnesses. And it's not only the noise coming from inside the establishment. Please do not forget that we have several aspects issues we have with the establishment. There is a substantial amount of noise coming from the loitering outside of the establishment. That's why having these earlier hours, these closing earlier, would help much more with getting people out, having them disperse so they're not, hanging out in front of the establishment, until the early hours of the morning, causing disruptions to the neighbors. And so the hour changes we're requesting would help to bring this establishment in line with the other establishments in the neighborhood. We're not asking for anything outrageous here. We're just simply asking that they act like a considerate member of the community, like their other nearby establishments. I'd like to point out a few things in the noise record complaints that were submitted. So we've seen here that the applicant responds with either he doesn't want to do anything to negotiate to make a better environment for the community. He responds hostily when people bring this up to him. We've heard him when one of the neighbors told him about her issues, he called her a dumb bitch. That was his response to someone bringing her issues to him. And this isn't an isolated incident. We see on December 24th, excuse me, on December 24th, 2017, we see in the records that were admitted, the noise complaint records, the applicant spoke with an investigator, and the investigator, even to him, he felt he was speaking in a loud and threatening tone. So this isn't a new thing. The applicant is essentially attempting to play the victim, meanwhile, when he's here creating just inhospitable environment for his neighbors. Now, in addition to the loitering, we have the littering and parking issues that we've gone through. This also plays into the appropriateness standard. Again, this is not just the noise coming from inside his establishment. There's loitering outside, there's noise outside, people feel unsafe, there's trash on the floor, on the sidewalks, and they're limiting parking. This application has so little concern for its neighbors. They have the audacity to go out and block public parking spaces or put up no parking signs that they have no right to do, and just so they can save those spaces for themselves to use later in the evening. This restaurant does not care about its neighbors. Now, so then for those reasons, we need to bring this restaurant in line. We need to cut down on their hours. I think at the very least, those hours need to be cut, if not an outright denial of their renewal application. And briefly, before I conclude, there was a few questions regarding the construction of the building. There's been no evidence entered into the record that there was any sort of illegal construction. No evidence that proper permits weren't even discussed. So there's no grounds to assume that there's anything wrong with the construction of the building. The only thing the problem is that they're unable to keep out these immense noises coming from their speakers attached to the walls. And lastly, the last point I'd like to make is that we heard the applicant say how we talked about the shooting that occurred because of essentially as a result of the poor operation of this establishment. We heard the applicant say that he wanted to learn from that experience. He did learn from that experience, but the evidence we saw today clearly shows that that is not the case. After this incident, we still have the same problems with the neighbors. We still have another violation for operating outside of their approved hours, which again goes to one of the main points of our protest, is that there's loud noise late into the evening, into the morning hours, and they're pushing it even farther than they're already allowed to do. But when I asked about that violation for operating outside of their approved hours, when I asked the applicant that, he didn't remember it. Furthermore, when I asked the applicant about the violations his operation incurred as a result of the shooting, I asked if he had received a violation for allowing the establishment to be used for unlawful purposes. He said no. That's clearly in the record. That's in the investigation report, but he doesn't even remember that. He cannot say that he's learned and moved on from this event when he clearly doesn't even remember what happened. He hasn't made any changes. There's been no evidence to show that he has. In short, the operation of this business is wholly does not fit with the neighborhood. It's inconsiderate, and it gives no concern or thought to the neighbors. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Devendorf, for your presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Time, for your presentation, Mr. Johnson, and Miss Karimi. Thank you for your presentation. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so? I know that we normally don't do this in protest hearings, but that's still
the protestants will waive that and allow the board's legal department to handle that.
Well, that's fine. So the board will therefore issue a decision within 90 days. And hold on, please. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DCF 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 19PRO 00144 Safari Restaurant and Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 19PRO 00144 Safari Restaurant and Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. I truly want to thank everyone for their participation today. This is actually the first protest hearing that we have had since COVID. And it went much better than I had anticipated. And I know that there were a couple of hiccups, but for the most part, it worked. And I want to thank everyone for their participation. I want to thank everyone for being there today. And I see, Mr. Devendorf, that you did ask for a 5-minute break today, but I just want to remind you that yesterday the board was on camera from 9:30 until I believe 7:30 with a 20-minute break. And although this hearing is over now, the board will be going into executive session to deliberate.
I figured you could also use a break, so why not?
So I appreciate that, but I just want to say that we have adapted, unfortunately, because of COVID-19, and I want to thank the community for the licensee and the community for making this work, in a sense that this is, I said before, this is the first protest hearing that we have had using this forum, and it has worked. So thank you very much. Have a great day. We'll issue a decision in 90 days, and this hearing is adjourned, and the public hearing is now over, and I will direct the board members for us to return to executive session. Have a great rest of the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.